Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in.
Many Nigerian men who join their wives abroad are silently suffering and nobody wants to talk about it. But today we will. You see, when a man leaves Nigeria to join his wife abroad, people think it's easy. They assume, he's a lucky man, no, she don't bring and come abroad. But the truth is deeper. A lot of men who make this move, they are entering a completely new world, mentally, emotionally, socially, and unfortunately, some women use the system, the environment, and their advantage in ways that actually damage their marriage. Let me break it down for you. When a woman has lived abroad longer, of course, she will have understood the system better. She's more settled. She may even have a house to herself, the job, the documents, the stability. But you see, where the real harm begins is when she uses that advantage to begin to belittle her husband, talk down on him, control him, intimidate, or constantly remind him that if no be for me, you no go dey this abroad. You see, this attitude it breaks a man emotionally. I don't know if you guys know this. A man who leaves Nigeria, he leaves his identity, his career, his family, and he starts from ground zero abroad. He's already vulnerable. He's adjusting to a new system and a new work culture and a new social structure. In that moment, that man does not need a wife who becomes his own supervisor. He actually needs a partner, not a dictator. Now, let's talk about another thing that many women abroad do. They surround themselves with the wrong type of friends, and I mean the wrong crowd. Friends who actually encourage disrespect. You will hear things like, you're the one with the papers, control him. If he doesn't obey, send him back. Another thing you hear is that men from Nigeria are too traditional. Don't allow him to lead. If he argues, call the police. Many marriages fall apart because of friends who project their own brokenness onto others. See, your husband is not your slave. He's not your employee. He is not a project for you and your friends to be discussing. If you want your marriage to survive abroad, protect it from external influence and you will last longer. Another one major problem that affects men and women abroad is that some women, they know that certain countries give women more support, especially in disputes. And some women use that advantage to threaten their husbands emotionally, to manipulate them, or control the home through fear statements like, if you talk too much, I will call the authorities for you. Another thing you hear them say is, remember, this is my house. I'm the one who gets citizenship. You cannot do anything to me. This is called emotional abuse and it destroys trust very fast. Marriage should not be a battlefield. It should not be a power contest. And it actually should not be a weaponized act through immigration status. No, you cannot do that. If you plan to now go back to Nigeria to marry, please be ready for this. Some women travel home, they marry a Nigerian man, they bring him abroad, but once he arrives, they want him to behave like a houseboy. Cooking, cleaning, babysitting, and doing all the responsibility alone, while the woman behaves like she has rescued the man from, I don't know. That's not marriage, that's exploitation. So if you go home to marry a man and bring him abroad, understand this. Ladies, he is your husband, not your house help. He deserves respect, communication, partnership, and love. Don't go and bring a man abroad so that you can be controlling him like remote control. And again, don't marry if you are not emotionally ready. The same thing applies to men. Oh. Don't marry if you want to act like a single man. You cannot be married and acting single at the same time. See, I see a lot of men, they keep quiet because they don't really want trouble. They don't want embarrassment. They don't want to look weak. But I want to tell you this, if you're watching this, silence is killing many men abroad emotionally. The truth is this, you are allowed to express your feelings. You are allowed to set boundaries. You are allowed to have your own dignity. But hear this, marriage abroad requires teamwork, empathy, understanding, maturity, and communication. If both of you don't play your part, the home will actually collapse. And let me say this, abroad already comes with its own pressure, financially, emotionally, and culturally. The last place a man or woman should feel attacked is inside their own marriage. So stop weaponizing immigration and the system in your marriage. And for the women, please fix your homes, don't break it. If you can relate to this topic, I want to hear from you in the comment section. Let us discuss this, and please share this video to your male and female friends so that they too can lend their own comments or their own ideas. Let's learn together. Thank you. Many Nigerian men who join their wives abroad are silently suffering and nobody wants to talk about it. But today we will. You see, when a man leaves Nigeria to join his wife abroad, people think it's easy. They assume, he's a lucky man, no, she don't bring and come abroad. But the truth is deeper. A lot of men who make this move, they are entering a completely new world, mentally, emotionally, socially, and unfortunately, some women use the system, the environment, and their advantage in ways that actually damage their marriage. Let me break it down for you. When a woman has lived abroad longer, of course, she will have understood the system better. She's more settled. She may even have a house to herself, the job, the documents, the stability. But you see, where the real harm begins is when she uses that advantage to begin to belittle her husband, talk down on him, control him, intimidate, or constantly remind him that if no be for me, you no go dey this abroad. You see, this attitude, it breaks a man emotionally. I don't know if you guys know this. A man who leaves Nigeria, he leaves his identity, his career, his family, and he starts from ground zero abroad. He's already vulnerable. He's adjusting to a new system and a new work culture and a new social structure. In that moment, that man does not need a wife who becomes his own supervisor. He actually needs a partner, not a dictator. Now, let's talk about another thing that many women abroad do. They surround themselves with the wrong type of friends, and I mean the wrong crowd. Friends who actually encourage disrespect. You will hear things like, you're the one with the papers, control him. If he doesn't obey, send him back. Another thing you will hear is that men from Nigeria are too traditional. Don't allow him to lead. If he argues, call the police. Many marriages fall apart because of friends who project their own brokenness onto others. See, your husband is not your slave. He's not your employee. He is not a project for you and your friends to be discussing. If you want your marriage to survive abroad, protect it from external influence and you will last longer. Another one major problem that affects men and women abroad is that some women, they know that certain countries give women more support, especially in disputes. And some women use that advantage to threaten their husbands emotionally, to manipulate them, or control the home through fear statements like, if you talk too much, I will call the authorities for you. Another thing you hear them say is, remember, this is my house. I'm the one who gets citizenship. You cannot do anything to me. This is called emotional abuse and it destroys trust very fast. Marriage should not be a battlefield. It should not be a power contest. And it actually should not be a weaponized act through immigration status. No, you cannot do that. If you plan to now go back to Nigeria to marry, please be ready for this. Some women travel home, they marry a Nigerian man, they bring him abroad, But once he arrives, they want him to behave like a houseboy, cooking, cleaning, babysitting, and doing all the responsibility alone, while the woman behaves like she has rescued the man from, I don't know. That's not marriage, oh. That's exploitation. So if you go home to marry a man and bring him abroad, understand this, ladies, he is your husband, not your house help. He deserves respect, communication, partnership, and love. Don't go and bring a man abroad so that you can be controlling him like remote control. And again, don't marry if you are not emotionally ready. The same thing applies to men. No. Don't marry if you want to act like a single man. You cannot be married and acting single at the same time. See, I see a lot of men, they keep quiet because they don't really want trouble. They don't want embarrassment. They don't want to look weak. But I want to tell you this, if you're watching this, silence is killing many men abroad emotionally. The truth is this, you are allowed to express your feelings. You are allowed to set boundaries. You are allowed to have your own dignity. But hear this, marriage abroad requires teamwork, empathy, understanding, maturity, and communication. If both of you don't play your part, the home will actually collapse. And let me say this, abroad already comes with its own pressure, financially, emotionally, and culturally. The last place a man or woman should feel attacked is inside their own marriage. So stop weaponizing immigration and the system in your marriage. And for the women, please fix your homes, don't break it. If you can relate to this topic, I want to hear from you in the comment section. Let us discuss this, and please share this video to your male and female friends so that they too can lend their own comments or their own
I am
ideas.
UB,
Let's
your
learn
favorite
together.
Gen Z
Thank you.
uncle.
Many
And this is my take.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, today is Thursday, the 19th of March, 2026, and we are continuing our series, the JAPA stories, okay? For those who might get to watch this for the first time, this series is not about dragging anyone. However, our focus is to extract lessons, to educate people, especially Africans who decided they want to migrate abroad or they are already living in Western world and they are facing some struggles and challenges. So our real farm members have been doing a great job. They are doing a fantastic job for the past 3 days now. My uncles, my aunties, my sisters have been on this platform sharing their experiences. So if you're watching this, the aim is to allow you have an insight into how many Africans abroad navigated the struggles and successes they attain or confronted abroad. So my name is Yubi and this is Yubi and the Real Farm. So today we are continuing this series with JAPA Stories Part 3. Managing marriage and relationship, success or struggles abroad. If you are watching this, please hit the like, give us thumbs up. Don't be a stranger. And of course, I see we have about 14 people here already. Can you please holler at me in the chat? Let me know you are here with us. Now, if you want to be part of this conversation, it's very easy. I will share the link. You can come in with the link to share with us. And if you can't use the link for the time being, I think for the next 2 hours, I will be right here in the studio and you can call our studio numbers to drop your take. The number to call you through WhatsApp is +1512 595 6569. Again, the number is +152 595 6569. Holla at me. Talk to Uncle Yubi. All right. This one, I don't think we can explore all the lessons from JAPA marriages on one single show. but we're going to try our best to make it make sense as much as possible. All right. Now, for the contributors, panelists, real fam, new members, first time callers who want to be part of this show, we over here at the real fam, we don't judge, we don't drag, we don't throw. You are free to share with us. However, you don't have to share the deep struggles with us. We are just interested in what are some of the challenges you encountered when you migrated abroad and you fell in love. How do you manage them? That's what's important here. We are interested in how did you and your partner manage those challenges so that other people who might be experiencing similar situation can also borrow one or two recommendations from you, and they can apply that in their marriage. Now, before we dive deep, please keep on sharing, notify everybody that we are live so they can join us here. This is not a gossip show. This is not a dragging show. So, like I've always said, I am not expecting a lot of people to turn in on this type of show. However, in the world of content creation, this is known as green content. And green content have the tendency to grow as time passes, because people who are experiencing these problems, they will actually come online and search for them so they can discover videos like this. So, but in the meantime, it will go a long way if you can share this content across your socials and across your WhatsApp groups so people can join us to have this conversation. I see my lovely sister Debbie in the building. How you doing, Debbie? You're welcome. Auntie Grace. Auntie Grace, you've been missing in action for 2 days, my auntie. I believe you are doing fantastically great, ma. Maybe not the code, because you people in UK, una code na 5 and 6. Yo, Sister Didi in the building. My lovely Sister Didi, how are you doing, mama? You're welcome, my lovely sister. Please help me get the likes up. Right now, I'm seeing just 3 likes, and we have 14 people here already. So please, can we just get the likes to match the number of people who are watching already? Also, I set up the verticals for this one because the issue surrounding relationship is becoming a major, can I call it? It's like COVID break. This thing is spreading like a virus. People are struggling in their relationship abroad. Couples who are loving, couples who used to at least see each other as the air they breathe. Now living abroad, they are beginning to live like enemies. And that is why this particular show today, it's very important that everybody try to watch and learn from it. So myself and the real fam, all our contributors, we've been sharing our experiences abroad for the past 2 days now. Just give me time. I will split the video so you guys can watch the clips in a shorter version, because I know those shows run all the way to like 4 or 5 hours. I think the one we had yesterday was like 6 hours. So I'm going to take my time to split the story, so it's going to be easier for anybody who want to listen to each individual story, to watch them at their own comfort. Okay, let's get today's show started. Welcome, Uncle Patrick, sir. God bless you, sir. Uncle Femi or brother Femi, Femi. Femi is usually a man, so I assume you are my brother Femi Femo. You're welcome. All right. Let's get the show started, my people.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn. We're shining bright. Oh yeah. You be stories, life lessons time. Hey, on the Uncle Beno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibe.
I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle. And this is my take.
All right, you're welcome back. First off, can you please help me confirm if my audio is good? Am I audible? Please drop a 1 if my mic, my sound is okay. Please do me that favor. Drop a 1, drop a 1. Let me know if the mic is good. I see you, my lovely sister and friend, Sensei. Sensei. Sissy, you got to come and share your JAPA story with us. Yeah, you need to come and tell us your JAPA story, how you were able to become this sweet, soft life sister, even in the face of all the challenges and things you've been through. You are always smiling and you are looking shiny. So come and share your story with us, Sissy. Thank you, welcome. I see my lovely sister, Duchess V. Yo, how you doing? Welcome, my lovely sister. I'm always happy to have you here. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. Yo, say. I also see my Seal 84. That is my sister in the backstage anyway, in case you don't know. You're welcome. And Hamed, thank you very much for being here, Mr. Hamed. God bless you. Okay, so let's talk about JAPA marriages and their challenges. As usual, I'm going to start with my own personal story. I will just give you at least a tip of it, and then we will allow others to contribute, and I will split the videos later, and I'm still going to do a full series of my own imported husband series. So for those who would like to call in and share with us, the link to call in is in the comments. So don't be a stranger. Click on it and join us over here on the show. So let's talk about the challenges, success, struggles of managing marriages and relationship abroad.
I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle. And this is my take.
All right, thank you, everybody. So, as we all know, African immigrant marriages often struggle abroad due to intense acculturation stress. That one day there is no argument. Some marriages also struggle as a result of shifting gender roles. Yeah, that one heavy. My husband is not cooking in the kitchen. Oh, my wife don't want to drop her check. How? I am the head of this family. Every money you make, it come into this family. You cannot have. I am the head. Bring your check. Shifting gender role is a big issue among African marriages abroad. Yeah. We've found situation where women expected men to play certain role at home, and men expected their wives to play some kind of roles also in the house. And as soon as they cannot match this expectation and manage it in such a very effective way, kasala go boss. So shifting gender role is a big one. Also, economic pressure. Yeah, this is the one that I almost want to take. It want to take my life. Economic pressure almost drowned me, almost ruined my marriage. We're gonna talk about all of that. So the transition from, transitioning from these patriarchal norms to Western egalitarianism kind of thing is really crazy. And if you add that to financial instability and the loss of extended family support system, then we have a disaster on our hands. So frequently, this thing causes conflict among couples, and the earlier you both figure how to manage these challenges, the better for you. So if you are coming from Africa, whether you are relocating to the UK, you're relocating to Canada or America, it doesn't matter. We all face similar challenges when it comes to marriages and relationship. So let's break this down. So when we talk about the major factors that are contributing to these marital struggles, at the top of it, you have shifting power dynamics and the gender role, like I said earlier. Because in many African cultures, patriarchal structures and traditional, abroad wives often gain economic independence. And Western society emphasizes equal rights. Men may struggle with the loss of traditional authority, while women may resist old subservient roles, leading to conflict. Now, how does this apply in my own marriage? And Uncle Patrick is here, thank God. So how does this apply to my own marriage? That patriarchal authority thing was a big deal for me when I relocated to the US to join my wife and 2 kids. I shared my story on Auntie B of Obodoyinbo's channel. I think that's where many of my sisters get to know me, and that's where they get to find me. Yeah, I can see Vico Real and Mr. Sunday, you are watching the Vaticans. Okay, let me do this. I will share the link to the main show so that you guys on the Vatican, you can just click on it and then you will join us here. Don't worry, it's a very interesting show. You will never regret this. And I think, in fact, a lot of people would like to share this to their brothers and sisters abroad who are struggling in their relationship. So don't be a stranger. Feel free. This is UB and the Real Fam. Over here, we are family. And of course, if you have been watching us, you know how we roll. So if you are watching the Vaticans, I just dropped the link to join the main show. So please click on the link. It will bring you straight to the main show. Thank you very, very much. So as I was saying, in my own marriage, this shifting power dynamics was a big deal when I arrived here abroad. And as an African man, I was expecting to be treated like an African husband. I'm not going to lie. I'll be honest with you. I was expecting the usual food is on the table, wife take care of husband, all those things you expected from your wife if you are an African man. I was expecting all of that here in abroad. Now, for context, and for those who may hear this, my wife is an amazing woman. I can never ever replace her. Even if I come to this world again, I will begin search for her so that I can find her earlier than when I even met her. Don't get it wrong. I think I met my wife when she was was in 20, 21 years old. All right. So both of us, we've been together now 23 years. I think by this April, it should be like around 23 years. And we've been officially married. By this April, we would be married for 16 years. So don't say, oh, this guy, he want to put his wife down. No, not like that. And I'm just being vulnerable with you guys. So when I came, I was expecting my wife to be doing the normal Nigerian wife thing, maybe before I even get up from bed, my food is already waiting for me on the table. And so many things. I was expecting myself to make major decision, all the decision in a nutshell. She's supposed to be submissive. She's supposed to be telling me everything. In fact, if I ask her, don't move, she's supposed to sit there and not move. Hey, Nayo, my best friend Nii. Nii, I don't know what happened to your network. They told me you were trying to call me yesterday, but the network was bad. He's doing the same thing today now. But don't worry, Nii, I will send one number to you. Oh, you can even see it. It's the studio number So when it's time to call in, please, Nee, save this number, call this studio number so that I can put you on. So as I was saying, when I came, I was expecting to be the Alpha and Omega. I was expecting my wife to check with me on everything, you know, like the Baba. But here is the crazy part. For the first 3 months when I got here, my wife was actually like the major provider, even though I brought some money from Nigeria and things like that. But I don't know, say, when you bring money from Nigeria, that money disappears so fast, you know? So my wife was the one paying for our rent, paying everything, feeding, you know? I'm paying here and there, but majorly for the first 3 months, she was the one in charge. And despite all of that, I was expecting her, you know, the normal husband and wife, you know, that respect supposed to be there, you know, but it wasn't like that. Most time, by the time I woke up, my wife is already off. She's gone to work. She work morning shift. And oh, it was tough. So we struggle. We struggle. Then the reality hits, which will take me to the next point. The economic strain and financial management issues. It started when I got my first job. My first job was actually in a factory. I know I haven't shared my own story of economy, the one we did yesterday, employment struggles. I haven't even tell you my story. So I got my first job, and it was a factory job. I did that job I only went there for 4 days because the job was tough. That was the first time I witnessed standing for 8 good hours, except for those 15-minute breaks and 30 minutes breaks. It was terrible. In fact, by day 3, all my joints were killing me. And I was walking alongside Chinese people. That's when I realized that Chinese people, they work like machine. It was it's a food processing company. So we have this assembly line whereby all those food, we were making burgers and all kind of other foods that today you may work in a department whereby you will be the one to lay the burger. There's another section where you begin to add all those salad, all those leaf and many other things. Sorry, I'm not familiar with American food. But in a nutshell, the job was tough on me. So by day 4, I already gave up. So day 5, when my wife woke me up in the morning, like, babe, I'm off today. Are you not going to work? I'm like, if you dare wake me again, how dare you? Which work? You won't kill me? Eh? See how my body they hot. And that's because I was coming from an office job in Nigeria. I run my own consultancy. So most time I work in the office, sitting behind my desk. I never knew that I was going to find myself working in a factory. Now, that is not the issue. Financially, for the first 2 to 3 years in this, let's just say for the first 2 years, I wasn't making enough money. So even while myself and my wife, we combine our finances, paying our rent, paying our bills, paying everything, the money wasn't enough. But that brought along with it another struggle. Because by the time I was 4 going to 5 months in America, black tax started piling up in Nigeria. People started calling. They have this problem I have to solve. So even within the first year, while I was struggling to even save $50 or $100 in a month, did you know that I'm still sending money to Nigeria? I was still sending money to Nigeria. And it was later, now when I look back, that I realized that, oh, I was a fool. Because you know what? We were not even stable. My wife and kids, my family, that was supposed to be my first priority. I couldn't realize that because I came with that Nigerian mentality. We were not stable, but still, I will still squeeze $100 here, $200 here, sending it to Nigeria because I want to appear big. You know, I now live in America. I want to give the impression that things are cool, or more, I'm balling. But those were all shades of wrong. because we struggle for 2 to 3 years and we fight a lot. Now, my wife is not here with me on the show, but her God is here with me. The vast majority of those fights were not initiated by my wife. I am the biggest trouble. I am the one who is just taking it out on her. All my frustration, if you really know our Nigerian system very well, you will know that in Nigeria, we are used to working and saving. Thank you, Niyi. Niyi say I'm to testify. Yeah, guy. That's my best friend, Niyi, anyway. Like I say, if you want to, anything I ever told you, if you want to verify it, ask Niyi. At least all through our time in Nigeria, it's me and Niyi. And Niyi happened to be my wife's best friend too. Niyi was my best friend at my wedding. Everything, in fact, because we met in school, everything from the one with my wife, Niyi is always aware of it all. In fact, Niyi and Mommy, they are the one that made me know that this is my wife. I don't even know at the time because my wife was stubborn. Niyi can testify. Niyi don't collect bags from my wife a lot. The two of them, they are like cat and rat. So Niyi knows. So, but in a nutshell, most of the fighting we were having and everything, my wife was not the one initiating it. I am the problem because at the time I don't see it as a problem. I just see like, how do I come here? I don't even have a dime, running over a year now. I'm just working, and spending every money, paying rent, paying this, paying that. And mind you, while I'm paying, my wife is also paying. The food we have been eating in this America since I got here, my wife has always been the one buying the food. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a terrible husband, but I'm just being honest with you so that if you are just coming to America and you are having this problem with your wife, as a man, you need to look at yourself in the mirror and know if you are the one who is causing the trouble. Now, my frustration was I wasn't making enough money. And then adjusting to the American system was another big battle. I just can't cope. It gets worse. When I think it's going to be over and a lie, things kept happening. It's almost as if I am a failure. And whereas I'm just barely 2 years in America and I'm already seeing myself as a failure. Now, part of the problem was that I do see some other Nigerians who have been here for a long time. I see the car they were driving, the houses they are living in, and all those things. And it somehow made me felt inadequate. It made me feel like I am less of a man. Why? Because I don't have enough financial power to live the kind of life I want to live. So when I was supposed to be concentrating on how to improve my earning potentials, I was actually blaming my wife for bringing me to America. I was blaming my family people for that. Is a generational curse. One wish, they one place that don't want me to succeed in America. I was mad at almost every goddamn thing, like really mad. And within these 2 years, sex was not even a big deal for me at the time because it's like sex is kind of like mechanical. I got to be honest with you because I don't know for you, but for somebody like me, if I don't have money, I don't function. I'm sorry, make no verse. You know, I've been vulnerable here. I've told you guys so many times, I'm a street boy, I'm a hustler. The fear of poverty. I think I even need therapy now. I need a therapist to assure me that make I no fear. Poverty no fit come hold me again. You know, the fear of poverty. In fact, make I not tell you that this story today. I'll tell you another day. But in a nutshell, my marriage suffered a lot within the first 3 years of being in America. And the major source of the struggles we had were coming from not making enough money, like I said earlier. Also, not understanding the American system. Also, not realizing that Nigerian traditional patriarchy doesn't work abroad. You know, they work. expecting yourself to overhype that I'm the head of the home. I'm the head of the home. That shit doesn't work abroad. Please, my uncles, my brothers, don't take it the wrong way. I'm just being honest with you. Because it is easier for you to claim head of the home in places like Africa, in places like Nigeria, where you have upper hand as a man, where you are probably the one making most of the money. But when you come to abroad, places like the US, when it's going to take you at least 5 to 10 years before you can attain that position of saying, I'm the man of the house, because you are now making real good money. You see, before that first 5 years, a lot of wahala will happen. You will resent your wife, and if you are a wife, you will even resent your husband. It's crazy. So these are some of the things that really cause a lot of struggles in my marriage. Then I have to tell you this before I quickly move on to Uncle Patrick. I made one mistake within the first 3 months of coming to America. I shared this on Auntie B's show. Please like the show, like the show. If you haven't liked the show, you are not helping us. I shared this on Auntie B's show. The first mistake I made when I came to America within the first 3 months was that America became so lonely for me. It was terribly lonely. No friends, nobody. And I'm a social animal. It was freaking damn lonely. As soon as my wife left for work, it's just me and my kids. And then as soon as, at that time, Blessing was the one who was going to school. I would drop Blessing at school. Then I am left with me and my little baby, Vicky. Vicky was barely 3 months old when I came. So frustration was growing. In Nigeria, I'm a social drinker. Nigeria, there's no need to lie. Every weekend, we shall go club, or if you don't go club, you go back. Even if you don't go anywhere, even in your street, even around your house, you the ball. I can't drink. I can't do nothing. Nothing. Everything was freaking boring. First 3 months. So when I started working in a group home, in that group home, group home is this healthcare settings where somebody will own a building, they will register their healthcare business, they will own a building, then they will put people who need support in their activities of daily life. So the staff will come in, we call them CNA. So I was working as a CNA then. So I was working night shift. So when I come to work my night shift, it will be morning in Nigeria. So as soon as I enter like this, my patient, they will don't sleep. I'm alone again. So I will now bring out my phone and I will start chatting in Nigeria. And then there is a lady I was chatting. There was this lady I was chatting with in particular. And we were chatting back and forth, they enjoyed the attention. Like I told you, bass goes they too much in my marriage, my early marriage already. So I was enjoying the attention. So we'll be chatting back and forth, But unknown to me, my iPad was connected to my iPhone, I think iPhone 4S at the time, through cloud. So whatever I'm chatting with the lady, you can if you open my Facebook Messenger and you have my iPad, you can actually see the chatting. So I didn't know that. I think for like 3 days in a row, my wife already knew that I was chatting somebody in Nigeria. So this particular night, I was chatting with this lady, and my wife, I don't know, say she don't wake up for house, sit down for bed, carry the iPad. They see all our chat. And I think we were going back and forth. Then we start talking romantically and things like that. I was fantasizing. She too was fantasizing. We were exchanging messages and things like that. And the message got to a point, I guess my wife cannot take it anymore. So she called my phone in the middle of the night. I think that was like around between 1 or 2 a.m. So she called my phone. It was strange. I was like, what's going on here? Why would this woman call my phone at this night? Was she not sleeping? So I pick up the phone and I heard her crying. She was crying. And instantly, I'm like, what happened? Is everything okay? What happened? She's like, I saw your messages. I see you are chatting with a girlfriend in Nigeria. At that point, I can't even lie because I already knew she saw it. She said everything is on the iPad. I can see it. And you have been chatting for it for the past 3 days. Damn. I explain. In fact, my prick wrong go inside. Because first of all, this is a lady that my wife and I, we've been together forever at that point. And even when we were in Nigeria, she never caught me doing all these shenanigans and stuff like that. And this is a lady that came to America. My wife was actually in America for good 5 years. After she was like 2 years in America, she came to Nigeria. We had our wedding and all of that. But I know she was in America for like 5 years before I joined her. And even while I was in Nigeria, I no fuck up. And this one now, where she don't catch me red-handed, you get how they go catch you where we say you can't even defend the indefensible. So I was just trying to fine-tune the story. I just did blend, but it doesn't work. So when I came home in the morning, she called off from work. She couldn't go to work. She have cried her eyeballs out. I came home and I felt really, really bad. It was terrible. And the painful part was like I betrayed her trust. That was the painful part. So in a nutshell, it took me almost 3 years, 3 good years to rebuild that trust. I am not sharing this story because of the fun of it. I'm sharing the story so that those of you who are in JAPA marriage, you should know that if both of you are not matured and guided by God, within the first 5 years of your marriage abroad, you will come close to going your different ways. My wife is a very strong-witted woman. My wife is the type that if she say yes, her yes is yes. If she said no, her no is no. Very strong. Oh, I wish my Abby is saying that to borrow me grammar. You know that type of woman that when you fuck with them and they feel like, hell no, hell no. And that was what really scared me the most because I've always known this lady for the longest. So I'm like, my own done. America, where my leg never even balance. Now I don't take cho, text, chatting with a lady in Nigeria that I don't even know what she is doing, whether she did with her boyfriend or something. Now I'm about to destroy my own home. So I thought my wife was just gonna put me on the next flight back to Nigeria. But then I saw a glimpse of hope because at the time we were living in my mother-in-law's house. So when I came inside into our room, I was trying to explain. She was just like, I don't want to hear anything. Don't even talk. So I panicked, and then I only knew her closest friend at the time. So I pick up my phone and I said, you know what? Let me call your friend. Let me explain to your friend. Maybe she will understand that it was just ordinary chat messages. It's nothing. So as I was going to call her friend, she just grabbed my phone. She said, hey, don't ever tell anybody my business. Why would you tell my friend? Why? And I'm like, okay, now I'm confused. I say, I'm just trying to get your friend to help me talk to you. So you, and she said, look, never ever tell anybody my business. Don't tell anybody my business. This is between you and I. I don't want anybody to know about this. And that's when I started having hope again. Like, oh, okay. I think the ball is in my court now. This woman no go throw me out. If I made my ways, if I can convince her that nothing is going on, then maybe it will work. So at that very moment, I brought out my phone. I deleted the number of the lady I was chatting with, deleted everything right in front of her. And I'm like, as you see me like this, I am plain no. I gave her my password, gave her everything, tell her how no. Now, the reason I tell you this one is because as a man, if you come to this abroad, either you come by yourself or your wife brought you here, and you think chatting, texting women in Nigeria is nothing, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. That is like second-hand cheating. Shana second-hand cheating, I've been a first-hand cheating. Now B and CC, they know all these things. But in my own book, that is cheating. And there is nothing to be proud of about it. Now, I will tell you more, but let's begin to listen to how people navigate their marital challenges. I just share with you one out of my own. I get plenty. My experience is plenty. In fact, my wife and I, we got close to going our different ways at least 5 times between 2013 to 2017. But again, I'm still here with my lovely baby. Oh, hey, my own money cha. And like I told you, my wife is one of the best women any man can ever meet. Don't get it wrong. She get coconut head just like me. Like I said, Niyi is here. Niyi can testify. My wife na dagbana shoko. Orile babe. You bring grace, she take grace, jam you. You bring love, she give you love. But I can't trade her for anything. I just want to like hold myself accountable and let you know that as a man, sometimes when you come to this abroad, you are likely to be the problem. If you are a jaye, you are a man that has rock life in Nigeria. You don't do you enjoy the Niger thing. When you come to this abroad, you are likely to be the biggest problem in your marriage. And that is why you see that African women are struggling with a lot of their men. So if you want it to work, you as a man, you have to hold yourself accountable first. And then when you hold yourself accountable and you mend your ways and you begin to show your wife love, and the biggest part, before I go to Uncle Patrick, the biggest part, the secret for me that makes everything work perfectly well in my own marriage is transparency. It's not love, it's not kerewa, it's not lie or anything. No. What make it work was my transparency was like top notch. I know they hide nothing. When it comes to money or anything, I don't hide nothing. But here's the problem. Even though I don't hide the amount I'm making or anything from my wife still knows that that is not an invitation to come and grab my money. Hero. No. In a place where I'm supposed to drop $2,000, even though you carry juju for head, you cannot make me to drop 10K. But the fact that she knew my hustle, money they come, money no deal, that kind of make her now open up. Like, this woman have done so many things when it comes to money that even they shock me. She had done things like, there are some money this woman will spend that I know as a man, if I should ask her to spend that money, she no go spend them. But she will willingly do it. Why am I sharing this with you? JAPA marriage, there are so many struggles in it. But how you manage it as a husband matters. So if you are transparent with your wife I think after a while, your wife too will begin to be transparent with you. As soon as the woman feels secured, your marriage will work. I know a lot of couples in this America that their marriage could be described as a success. I know more successful couples than most single people. I will rest my case and I will move on to Uncle Patrick. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle.
B.
And this is my take. Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in.
Welcome, Uncle Patrick. No verse, sir. I just feel like our real fam has been sharing their story since the day before yesterday, and before I go, I no go feel get to me sharing my own. So since we are talking about marriage, I think it's just okay if I start at least with my own small, so that people will know that the purpose of doing this is for us to learn, and it's not for dragging or something. And I'm glad you are able to join me now, Uncle Patrick. So,
thank you, Uncle Ben. I say, let me first of all congratulate you. That
thank you, sir.
eyes was not in existence that time. Maybe eyes will not catch you for cheating. You are so lucky. Wow. You did well, Uncle Ben. Yeah, I've had that story before now. Anyway, I'm not going to talk much. Let me first of all say, Uncle Ben,
yes, sir.
Are different. Thank God for sharing your story. Yeah. And the most important thing in marriage, even when you JAPA, is the background of the couple, where both of them are coming from. Yes. Number one, when it comes to marriage, both of you have to be intentional. Say, we must make this work. And thank God for your wife and say, so Ben, stop. Don't call anybody. That shows that she's intentional. She caught you. And you were naive. You never knew she was going to get you. And thank God she said, okay, I'm not going to allow this to go on. You need to stop. So what I'm going to advise couple in this area is don't just go there. Whatever you are going through in your home, don't go there. Don't go to another woman, please. Don't find solace in a colleague at work or a friend in church that, okay, this lady, this woman is so nice to me. Maybe I'm going to be close. Don't do that. You go through turbulence time in your marriage, but don't make that mistake. Like I said, Uncle Ben's wife was intentional. He said, don't call my best friend. Don't put my matter out. We can solve it. And Ben too was intentional. I said, okay, all the contact, I'm done. My head now corrects. I can't do this anymore. But for anybody, don't just go there. You know the sacrifice that woman has made to bring you down, and that's what is making her cry. She had baby, you were not there, she brought you, and women are emotional. And thank God for her life, she was able to restore everything back. You guys walked through it, but I'm just going to say, don't just go there. I'm going to give you an example. I had an issue with my wife. One of my friends who's a reverend, he's a pastor as well. I was shocked when the man came. I said, I hope my brother Patrick is not messing around with it. My wife said, no, please, sir, can you stop that? We don't do that in our house. I was shocked when my wife said that. So no, that. And the man said, 60% of the problem are solved already. So that's why I'm saying, don't just go there. Please, you are compounding it. Yes. Don't go there. And like I said, you have to be intentional. This must work. And when you come abroad, that's when everything, that's why I said foundation matters. Where your wife is coming from, where you are. I just got back from the library. I saw the ladies carrying small kids running around. There's no man there that they want. Little babies running everywhere. It takes a lot from a woman. So whatever might be the case, when you come abroad, it's going to be a different ball game. That's when you begin to see who you are. You begin to know who your wife is, who your husband is. Yes. You will be tested emotionally, financially, everything. Because there's culture shock. The economy, I've had years that I have to combine. I'm doing tax. I have 5 W2. Uncle Ben, 5 W2. You know what I mean? People that I know in America. 5 places
Yeah.
I work in the year that we have to combine to make ends meet. They call it here, co-work, do all kind of job together. That's what men are for. Running crazy. Yes, you are still have to pay black tax, the black tax. Take care of your family
Okay.
back in Nigeria. Whatever you are earning here is not even enough. The children are there. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So you don't want to go through that with your wife and everything and you know, I said it yesterday. People don't realize. When you come here and you are having children, the children may be little as babies, they don't talk, but they know everything. They have seen everything. Stay
Absolutely.
inside your room and begin to talk to the children here. They are your role, you are their role model. Yes. You are their role model. Yes, whatever your children be today, you are the cause of it. So whatever you people are going through, I'm going to end with this. Whatever goes or whatever you people need to call yourself together and sit down and say, let's look at the way we started.
Yeah.
Yes. Everything was not like this. In the beginning, it was not so. Is it America or England that has turned us to this? In any marriage, there's no cheating, there's no DV. You can still sit down and talk to each other and say, what thing they happen? America want to turn us to something else. You know, in Africa, when 2 elephants fight, who suffer is the grass that suffer it. It is your children that will suffer it. I can't explain further until when you come in and see and face it by yourself. No amount of story will tell you until you come in and actually experience it. I'm serious.
Uncle
Until when you
Patrick.
come in and actually experience, these people are saying the truth. There's going to be boss. That Kerewa will not even mean anything to you because you have bills to pay. There was a
Absolutely.
time in my life that the apartment I was living, they know me in my bank. Because the job I was doing, I don't have car, I can't get second job. And I have to pay for apartment. And I said, God help me. If the apartment send back my check, they're going to pay me 30, I'm going to pay $30. Meanwhile, bank is going to pay $30. I'm going to NSF charges. I have to go to the bank. I bet my say, Sandy, please, when the check coming, please just pay it. I'll pay $30. Meanwhile, if apartment starts sending check to me, they say this price is not responsible. We're going to ask him to leave the apartment.
Oh God.
You are laughing. They know me at the bank. When I felt just about behave like a stupid person. Can you start? I can't start. It's from Africa. They come my money. When I went there one day, one of my classmates, Patrick. They said, Patrick, you are stupid, so you are a student. You go to college. Come and sign your check. But me, I was friendly with everybody. That was the sense I used. How can they kick me and my children out because we cannot pay for apartment? Meanwhile, I don't
Yep.
have car to get second job. I can't be moving on. You know, since we are so tough, say, God help me. I have to say, God, I need wisdom. I have to go to the bank and say, Sandy, This is my problem. Whenever at the end of the month, I couldn't get I couldn't get money from the government. The money, my brother. It's both of you have to sit down and say, how are we going to make things work? Look at Uncle Ben now. She came. Meanwhile, the wife was even here. I came with wife and children. Doing part-time job. So it's a very tough, but right now, it's all over. It's now story. I can even make story now. But both of you have to be intentional. You have to sit down. How do we make it work? Because you still have a long way to go. Your children are going to go to college, tuition, and everything. I beg, Uncle Ben. College, tuition, and everything. How do we make it work? You don't want your children to work in McDonald's for life with high school? So those are the plans. Yeah. They said 2 years are better than 1. I just gave you that one story. When I got my apartment, let me run up with that. I was doing part-time. I went there because my brother said I need to move out. He's moving out. We just come to America and say you have to move out. I said, oh my God. I went there, signed for apartment. They checked my credit there. I just signed. I said, it's okay. Where do I say I work part-time? They said, I'm sorry, we cannot give you apartments. I involved the pastor of my church. He's a white man. The pastor said, this man is a responsible man. Even though when he we'll pay, we'll stand for him. My brother, I was shocked when the apartment called me and said, yes, come and have your key. Come and have my key. I told my wife, I said, God, I thank you. I went there. It was the middle of the month, 15th. I went there. They signed it. I signed everything. I said, can you give me the invoice of how much I'm paying next month? By the time they give me invoice, they give me $200. I said, $200, what do you mean? They said, you came in when they were doing promo, that $200 just for deposits. What you call security deposit. I'm not supposed to pay for it. I said, what? Meanwhile, I didn't have enough money that will complete my payment. I said, Jesus, thank you.
Yeah.
That was my first apartment, too, when they kicked me out. See, I came in when they were doing promo for 1 month, free pay. I said, free? I got home. My wife said, what? So, man has gone through a lot. But with the help of God, and you are going to go through it. Hey, you are dealing with that. Uncle Ben, I'm going to head because I have to go.
No problem, sir. Thank you, Uncle Patrick. Thank you very much. Uncle Phil and my lovely sister Sue is in the building. Now, for those who may really not understand how we Japanians, for those who don't know, JAPA people, we Nigeria, they call them Japanians. For those of you who don't know how our abroad marriages can become something we did not envisage, you have to understand that you need to categorize the nature of your relationship abroad. What I mean is that if you and your wife, you were both married in Africa and you migrated together, the challenges that are going to be confronting both of you is going to be different from a man who went to Africa to get married and bring the wife over. It will be different for a woman who traveled all the way back to Africa, married and bring the woman over, if you understand what I mean. So, and for those who meet here, husband and wife, they met here, maybe like in a grocery store, like Avila said now, your situation will be different too. And there's just a whole lot of complexity to this situation. But I'm going to, Uncle Phil, please, if you will allow Sister Sue to go first, because she's probably at work now, and I just want her to chime in into this conversation. So I'll go to Sister Sue immediately after this break.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in.
Oh, Sister Sue of the Most High, I hope you're not coming here to come and drag me like Biseo.
No, today I'm nice. I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you, UB.
Thank you,
So
my
Yubi, what's the
lovely.
question? Because I know you started off with questions. So we're talking about marriage today.
Yeah, managing marriage and relationship abroad, the success
Okay.
or the struggles. So we are just trying to see how we can help people to understand that as a couple, you're gonna face some challenges abroad, and how you both work together to make it work matters. I remember in your case yesterday when you were sharing with us, you mentioned the fact that after you've completed your study and everything, that's when you met your husband. Now that is a different dynamic right there. You
Right.
see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? You met your husband here, you were here already, you both know the system. So it's more or less like the challenges you may both have now is how to understand each other better and you move forward from there. And I love it where you said it yesterday that you and your husband, though, once you sit down, you have a plan, both of you, you follow the plan of bam. Those are some of the lessons I just want people to learn. Yeah,
Unity.
frankly speaking. Yeah, because I started with my story, because my story is a reflection of a typical situation that people face in abroad marriages, because when you said that yesterday, that as soon as both of you make plan and you work together, it always works out. That's what happened in the case of my wife and I. After the
Mhm.
first 3 years, as soon as we get to a point whereby we lay everything on the table, we say, okay, oh, for this next year, this is what we are doing. Both of us were working on the same project. Things started becoming more easier and easier. So I just want you to help us chime in. But before you chime in, there is a question here. The question is coming from my lovely sister Havila, and I know you will be in a better position to you, Uncle Phil and Uncle Patrick can answer this one better. So our question is, Uncle Ben, please, can you address a situation where the woman is making significantly more than Oga and it is causing problems? Significant means over 250K more. How will you advise the man and the woman? And then I think when CC probed further, Avila gave us some backdrop. Avila gave us some backdrop. You want to come and give me food right here where I'm live? No, bless you. Take that food back. Don't let my real fan people come judge me this morning. Sorry, is
What?
this my baby girl? So Avila gave us the background that she was here since 2001, went to school here and became successful. He came in 5 years ago. They met in a grocery store where he worked and they got married. I think that should tell everybody how it could be. So over to you, Sister Sue.
All right. So for me, my case was a little different. Actually, my husband, I was here. I came in 2006, and then my husband joined me after we got married. So we got married in November of 2016, and he came here in January of 2017. So that was like what 2 months after we got married. So he wasn't living here. I was the one that was here. So he'll be here in the US 10 years next year. He's 9 years right now here. I'll be here 20 years next month. Okay. I just wanted to lay that foundation first. Now, I want to lay some foundations before I answer the question. That way, everything comes in together. I want to go back to the Bible, the book of Ephesians, chapter 5. First, before I go to that scripture, marriage, I think marriage is more of an experience than just looking at it from the outside, especially if you're not married. You're like, this is how I want my marriage to be. It's really different when you get into that marriage. So a lot of it has to do with experience. So when we look at Ephesians chapter 5, I'm going to start as a wife. So Ephesians 5, verse 22, that's the scripture that talks about being submissive, right? The Bible
Yeah.
says, wives, you're subject to be to your own husband. You have to be submissive. I want to start with that because I think as women, especially African women, we think submission is more of doing things, more like chores and stuff like that. But submission is an attitude. It's not an action. It's just not an action. You need to understand that it's an attitude. The greatest enemy of a marriage is going to be pride. Women, we have so much pride. Submission requires wisdom and not weakness. It's not about you losing value about an alignment and order. So something to take on, the number one thing we're going to take on is an attitude. How is your attitude towards your husband? Because if you're submitting to your husband, and one thing you have to know, if you're submitting, that's the service that you're giving to God. So if I'm submitting to my husband, it's that attitude that I'm submitting to my husband. So with my attitude, if everything is good, everything else is just going to flow naturally, beautifully, right?
Yeah.
That's number one. So now let's go to the husband. The Bible says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church, right? So we know that a husband is a leader. What does that really mean? Most of the time, we just think like the husband is a leader. He just has to provide. So if we put the husband as a leader, if that husband has no job or has no money, what does that leave us? What does that leave him with? Nothing, right? So we have to understand, what is leadership? Leadership is vision, responsibility, and growth. What I mean by vision is, as a man, first of all, as a man, you need to be, as a man, you don't need to, I mean, all of us, we don't need to be ignorant. But as a man, you need to keep feeding yourself with knowledge, the same as a woman. But remember, as a man, you're the one that's leading. As I said, leadership is vision, responsibility, and growth. Marriage is love plus submission and plus unity. Uncle Ben, you just spoke about unity. Submission is love. Marriage is love, submission, and unity. What does a successful marriage look like? It has humility, wisdom, intentional love, clear direction, also transparency. Uncle Ben, you're giving good points today. You spoke about transparency.
Yep.
So now, where am I going with all this? Provision is just not financial. It includes that emotional support. You need that spiritual leadership, and you need the presence and the care. So like most of the time, we think like leadership is more like rulership. We think that man has to rule. No, we are all co-rulers. We are co-rulers. He's not a ruler. Me and my husband in this house, we are co-rulers. And what does that mean? My husband knows his responsibility in this house, and I know my responsibility. When it comes to setting up doctor's appointments, the kids' stuff, my husband's appointments, and that's my area. When it comes to something needs to be fixed, this and that, anything, the snowing, that's my husband's area. Now, when it comes to finances, I mean, everyone's marriage is different. Our finances, we have a joint account. There's no such thing as no transfer. I understood this thing when me and my husband got married. When we did our marriage counseling, we understood like we are one. This meaning that we are one doesn't mean this is Sue's stuff, this is my stuff. There's no such thing. We don't have that. We depend on each other because we are one. When we got married, him and I, we are one. That one means we are one in everything. So financially, we have, and I know Uncle Phil mentioned this yesterday about, especially when you're in diaspora, having those finances as one. We have that as one. So there's that transparency financially. We don't have anything like, oh, this is mine. There's no such thing. We don't have that in this house. So my husband knows we are both core rulers. I mentioned that. So he knows his responsibilities. I know my responsibilities. When it comes to the cooking, my husband cooks. At this point, my husband is cooking more than me because my job is very demanding. So most of the time I'm busy. I'm in meetings and all that. So he understands this. So with the cooking, he's become the best cook. My daughter has given him an award that he's the best cook in this house, but that's fine. So, I'll take that. That's okay.
I support it. He's the best.
Of course, you support. Of course, you support that. So that's those. My husband the other day was saying, like, you know what? I wonder why people will come up and say, "Oh, I'm waiting for my wife to do this." We are all in this house. This is all out. It's for us together. So it doesn't make sense to come and say, "I'm waiting for my wife to do this." So that we understand. So we are good on that, right? We've spoken about the finances. Now, to answer the question that my sister asked about the finances, if you are one, so your finances are all one. So you don't need to have this thing like, oh, I'm making more than him. That's why women, we come in with that pride, like, oh, I make more money. I came here first before my husband. So I'm not going to come like, oh, I make this. It doesn't work. It's one. There's no such thing like he makes more, I make less. All of us, our finances are one. Unity. Do you know that that prayer that says where 2 or 3 are gathered, I'm there in their midst? Do you know a prayer of a husband and wife is stronger than the prayer that the pastor will give you? Do you know if you and your husband agree on something, do you know that prayer is very powerful than you calling your pastor, can you pray for us on this? Uncle Ben, you were just talking about unity. When you sit with your wife, me too, when we sit with my husband, we plan on something like, let's do this. It works effortlessly because we are in unity. In the house, when you're in unity, everything just flows. Everything flows beautifully. That's the way it works. So if you come in and say as a woman, you're like, oh, I'm making 300K, my husband makes less than me. It's not that. That's pride. That's pride. Another scripture that I love, that I came across not too long ago, Proverbs. I know it's not Bible study, but I like connecting everything with scripture. I mean, marriages, Proverbs 19 verse 14, it says, a house and wealth are the inheritance from fathers, but a wise, understanding, and sensible wife is a gift and blessing from the Lord. When I read this, I was like, oh, I'm definitely these things over here. I was showing it to my husband and I was dancing. I'm like, I'm definitely these things over here. Most of the time, women will just come, I'm that Proverbs woman. Are you really that Proverbs woman? Is that even true? Are you really that Proverbs woman? Are you being submissive? Is your husband being that leader in the house? Then, when we talk about the vision, before I got married to my husband, I knew I had a calling upon my life. I had to pray to God. I don't want to get so much into that and understand what God has called me to, the purpose of me here, and the vision, and so many stuff that I received from God. But I was like, how am I going to do this? How can I even stand on the pulpit? With ministry, how am I even going to do this? I did not know. Now, when I prayed to meet my husband, when my husband came, now all the pieces begin to add together. I was in my husband's vision. So everything now began to make sense. I was like, so all these revelations I used to get a long time ago and everything, and because I write down everything, my dreams that I'm having, any revelations I write down. I have things from years ago that I've written down, and I look out now, the pieces are coming together. Everything makes more sense, So now I'm in his vision. So God has given him that vision. That's why it's important to pray for God to direct you to the husband that God has ordained, or your spouse. Let me just say your spouse or your partner that God has ordained you to be with. Because together, the two of you coming together, you fulfill God's purposes, right? God's promises and purposes. So that vision that my husband gave, that God gave my husband, I'm in that vision. So whatever revelations and stuff I was having, I'm like, how am I going to do this? Now I come in that vision. So I'm in there now. So now I know my place where to be. So right now we're growing in it, and I'm learning, and I'm still learning where I come in and all that kind of stuff. So vision just includes where God is taking you. Leadership in a home is just about setting and guiding that vision. So as a man, like you come, for instance, he's the one who's the leader, right? So it's like that. He's the one who's the leader in the house. So it's like that grace is given upon him because he's that leader. So now you just need to map. You need to map how things are going to be. Where are we going to be in 5 years? Financially, what do we need to do? So it's that all those things are coming from that leadership, and then the both of you now, your core rulers, you come together and you discuss how things will be. So I don't know if I answered. I don't know if I explained myself very well. And then now coming to the question that the lady asked, in the diaspora, women, it's like you want to become a core leader with a man, and I think that's where the issue. That's when the issue comes in. If you're a woman and you have that pride, you're not being submissive. I talked about submission being an attitude, then an action. It's an attitude first, and then the actions flow. So if your attitude is right, then everything will just flawlessly flow. The love, everything will just flawlessly flow. If the husband too, being a leader, is loving the wife as Christ loved the church, everything is just flowing through. He's doing his part, he's playing his service to God, I'm playing my service to God. Everything just flows very, very well. So now, in the diaspora, the reason why the marriages don't work in the diaspora, because this one will come, hey, I'm making 500K. I can get my G-Wagon. I can get that bacon bag, okay? He doesn't need to buy it for me, Now you're becoming a core leader. You're equating your finances in the wrong way. It doesn't have to be like that. But if you can work together and understand that you're one in this thing, everything will be beautiful. I think marriage is a beautiful thing. Marriage is a beautiful thing. Just be united. It's a beautiful thing. Marry your best friend. My husband and I, we're very playful. If you meet me in person, I'm a very playful person. Uncle Bernard, the way I like to play around like this, that's the way I am. Even with my husband, with the kids. My husband and I will lift each other sometimes. My son wants to come in, and we play around a lot. We play around it. Before we got married, we said we can never go to bed without talking to each other. So even if we have I don't say we'll have arguments. I don't remember ever having an argument, maybe a misunderstanding. Even with that one, sometimes maybe I'm about to go and pray during my prayer time at 7 p.m. Then I'll have that inner voice. The Holy Spirit is like, go and apologize to your husband. And it happens the same. Even if I'm not the one who was wrong, I'll just go like, babe, I'm really sorry. Like, I think I messed up. Like, something happened about, and then with transparency, sometimes I know it's a little petty. Even if I meet a guy is trying to hit on me. Maybe I've gone out, I forgot to wear my ring. Sometimes even if you're wearing your ring, a guy will try to hit on you. Even those little petty stuff.
Sister Sue. I'm calling security.
I forget sometimes. And like a guy will hit on you. All those little petty stuff. I'll tell my husband, I'm like, oh my gosh, babe, this guy was. It's all those, because we've told each other we have to be transparent with we don't hide anything from each other. Even if it's one slightest, stupidest thing, we don't hide anything from each other. And then if you want that successful marriage, never hide anything. Uncle Benny spoke about transparency very well. It's very, very true. Especially in a marriage, never hide transparency. You guys, you're one. So what are you hiding? For my husband, I mean, I have male friends. Most of my friends are male. I remember when we got married, but yeah, this is my friend, this, and that. And then he would just look at me, But as I grew, I'm like, I don't think this. I mean, I can have male friends, of course, but I can't be like on the phone with them like all the time. I mean, once in a while, I connect with my friends here and there. There was one time last year I was traveling to Ohio for work. And I have a friend that I went to high school with. We've not seen each other ever since he came here. So the last I saw him was the time we were in high school. But we talk most of the time. And my husband knows about him. So I was going to Ohio. So I told him, he told me, anytime he's married, it's like, anytime you're coming, just let me know. I'm like, yeah. So I told him, an opportunity has come in. I'm going to be in Ohio. I'd love to meet you and your wife, even if it's just for 30 minutes. I mean, because I know you're busy, I'm busy. He was like, yeah, that's good. So when I told him, I'm coming this and this, then he was like, I don't think that day will be possible and stuff. It looked like he was just kind of cooking up stories. So when I told my husband, I'm like, can you believe this guy? I was telling my husband was like, oh, I didn't know you were even planning to, And then I felt so bad. You'd have seen my face. I'm like, I completely forgot it. I really felt bad. I was just so embarrassed. Honestly, I was like, babe, I thought I told you. I was like, I don't know why, so let's just be transparent. And marriage is a beautiful thing. And always remember to put God first and just be in unity. Unite in everything that you do, and it's beautiful. I think that's all that I have to say.
Thank you, Sister Sue of the Most High. Uncle Phil is here and Sissy is here. Uncle Phil is the one that I will beg the most today because I know Sister Sue is a busy woman. Sissy is also working on a different time zone. I'm even surprised she came into this studio today now. So that is surprising. Well, Uncle Phil, would you allow Sissy to quickly drop her take, sir? Or you want to come in, sir? Hello, Uncle Phil, you are muted.
Please let her go ahead. Good day, everyone.
You see, Uncle Phil is a complete gentleman. All my uncle here, they know how to pamper women. You see? Say, what's up, mommy? Wait, Sissy, before I even bring you in with your wahala. Sissy, don't run. She don't disappear.
I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle. And this is my take.
All right, Sissy, I don't know what happened to your network. You better come back. Now, there is this other question here. Is coming from Effie Girl. Okay, see, the real Sissy just entered now. Effie Girl said, Sissy, what's up, mama? I lost you there briefly. What's going on?
I don't know. My internet is being dodgy. How is everybody?
It's because Tinubu is in UK. Tinubu is in UK. That's how you people are suffering connection problem now.
Maybe. I saw the king. Our king was entertaining some Nigerian. I don't even know what. But yes, I saw that your president is here.
If you guys don't chase that man out of that place, very soon your electricity will go.
Absolutely. Hey, Uncle Ben. Hey, Uncle Phil, Sister Sue, real fam. Yeah. It's been a minute.
Yep, it's been. So what's up, Sissy? Now, I don't know which area you want to come in, but because we have people who are actually asking real life question in the chat, I would say maybe we should address the question. And thank God Uncle Phil is there. Maybe Uncle Dio and others will come in here. So now
I'm here to address the question. Because I feel
Yeah,
like
we have two
Sister Sue was
questions now,
being.
Sissy.
I feel like
Sissy,
Sister Sue was
question now,
being
Sissy. Sissy,
political. Yeah, go
wait
for
to
it.
Sissy. The first
Mm-hmm.
one that Sister Sue addressed, I want you to address that too. The first one
Mm-hmm.
coming from Havila, and
Mm-hmm.
then this one coming from Effie Girl, where she said, because when I got married, I suggested our bills to come out from one account. My husband said he will never join his money with mine. So we choose the bills and pay. I think she's probably providing solution here on how they manage their finances. But then Havila said earlier that if the woman is making significant income and the
Mm-hmm.
man is making less, and she said that significant income go all the way to like 250K more. Now they are having problem in that marriage. What are your thoughts about that?
I don't want to say what I wanted to say because I think Havila said that the person whose story this is actually watching your live. So let me be mindful
No
with my
problem.
words. On a normal day, I'm not going to say this in the nicest way. I've
Yeah.
said in the comments already, what was the guy's intention when he married this person? Because she said that the lady had been here already since 2001, making a career, hustling, grinding. She met the man 5 years ago and he was working in a grocery store. So for me, clearly, the woman that you saw is a professional, right? As a man, you know that your level as a grocery work, unless you tell me that you're the regional director, regional manager, branch manager for the
Mhm.
grocery store, you already knew that there is a big difference in terms of your salary, even from her just being a professional and you're working in a supermarket, right? Grocery store, as you guys call it. So that alone should have told you as a couple, even if you're dating, what was the conversation that you people had when you started dating? Because if I'm meeting somebody, your finances is important to me. If I want to get married, our wedding, who's paying for the wedding? Those are money conversations. If we're gonna live together, where are we gonna live? If we're gonna get a mortgage together, who's paying? So where has this money conversation not come into this relationship or this marriage for it to progress to a marriage? So I said, what was the intention of both of these people when they saw each other? The woman, 2001. So that means she's of a certain age, I'm assuming, right?
Mhm.
He is in a certain situation. You're working in a grocery store. You're a mature person already. I'm assuming because she didn't say that this person is a teenager, still in uni, working in a store, which is plausible. It's fine, right? These seem to
Yeah.
be two mature people. One is in a certain phase in his life, another has already her trajectory has gone way above that. So when you guys came together as a couple and said, oh, I want to marry this person, you never had a discussion about your finances. She was never transparent. You couldn't tell by maybe what she earns, how she's living, that, oh, this lady, she's earning more than me as a grocery store worker. So I don't understand what conversations people have when they're dating for it to progress to a marriage and you're still unsure about what you guys are doing. Your wife is earning 250K more than you as a man.
Mhm.
So what have you been doing in the relationship?
I disagree with you on that one,
You can
Sissy.
disagree, Uncle Ben, but the truth of the matter, this is the problem. I feel like if you're dating an African man, most men, I say 99% of men, they are not confident enough to be with a woman who earns significantly more than them. That is just a fact. Most times it's not the woman. That's why I asked the lady or the person in the comment section,
Mhm.
what was the intention when the guy accepted to go and marry this woman? What was the intention? Is he looking for a come up? Is he looking for papers? She too, maybe she's looking to get married. Okay, fine. But then you guys have to live your life together. What have you discussed in terms of finances? Who's paying the bills? Because I know for sure I'm not going to be dating a man who's working in a grocery store if I'm earning over 100, 250K. For what reason?
What if you
For what
don't find
reason?
husband? What if you don't find husband?
Don't find a husband. Clearly, she's been
Mhm.
doing fine without a husband. If you don't find a husband and you're marrying the man because you're looking for a husband, then money should not be an issue that you guys are having because you should be content with the fact that you have a husband, right? So then you pay all the bills, let him work in his grocery store. You shouldn't be arguing about finances then. But clearly, that's not the realities of life. Women want to be secure with their partner. I need a man who I can depend on as well, not just emotionally, sometimes financially as well. If I'm the one carrying all the financial burden of the house, you as my man, I'm not going to respect you. I'm not going to look at you the same way. When you're telling me to do these
City.
plans,
Okay, City. Let me just come in briefly here. Uncle Phil, you can chime in too on this one. Because of the importance of this topic, I just want us to at least examine some gray areas. You see, a woman making significant income, even up to 250K more than the husband, is not a big problem here. The problem I see in this marriage, and if they are watching, like Havila said, this is what I would say. The problem in this marriage is demand. But listen, I am not saying it's demand because demand is a bad person. No. Demand just have to focus more on itself and not the
exactly.
money. And
Exactly.
not the money.
That's what I said in the
Now,
comments, right?
Now, before I interject you were saying as a woman, if I'm paying all the bill, listen, unless people are doing way more than themselves, I will say this and I will say it to African communities. If the bills in your household is more than $5,000 a month, you are doing too much. If you as a man, I will explain. As a man, if you are not making 100K and above, I don't care who you marry to. Whether you like, go marry a woman that make $500,000. I don't give an F. I'm speaking from my own man perspective now. If your money, if you're not making above 100K and your household bill is above $5,000 a month, you are already doing more than yourself. Because if a woman earns 250K more than you, like the situation we see right now, there is high tendency that if that woman is an African woman, your household bill may be around $8,000 to $10,000 a month. Uncle Phil, you are laughing, City. Uncle Phil, am I lying, sir? A woman making 250K, women that are always in competition, you will live in a house that you demand your monthly income cannot pay for. So I don't see any problem with a man dating a woman that makes significantly higher income than himself. What I see is a man who did not put his foot down and say, hey, babe, I love you, you love me, I know you have this money, but right now, my plan, I'm going to school, I'm doing this, I want to be able, but right now, I think we are okay with this $5,000 a month bill. Now, I think we've had this conversation before, and I said, if I find myself in this shoe, that's what I would tell the woman. Now, if you like, babe, no, now, you know, my money is your money. Money is not the problem. I will tell you, do you want us to have peace in this marriage, or you want us to be fighting? If you want us to have peace, I'm willing to work with you. If you say you don't want us to limit our monthly bill to $5,000, you want it to go to like $8,000. That $3,000 extra you want to bring, it will lead to trouble in the future. Any man that is listening now, you live abroad, understand this, know this, and know peace. Whatever that woman is bringing extra, if peradventure within the next 5 years, your earning capacity does not improve, you will have problem. You will have problem. It takes only the women with the grace of God, like Sister Sue is saying, and I saw Sister Dosha say also, only a woman who understands this biblical type of marriage, that they will be spending that extra every month, they earn more than you, and they won't get to a point whereby they will begin to look at you as a useless man, like you don't even want them or something. And even you yourself, you will be frustrated because people who make this kind of significant income, they are people who are either in tech, they are in healthcare, maybe doctor, or maybe people who are in finance. So where you belong, bros? If you come up for a grocery store, what is your next goal? What are your priorities? My thing is, your wife is not the problem. Yes, she fit carry body, she fit buga. The problem is you probably stay in one earning level for way too long, and you are probably buying into everything she suggested. As a man, listen. Once you know your wife make more money than you, don't just go by, oh baby, if I'm driving Benz S-Class, you're supposed to be driving maybe a G-Wagon. Bro, no pass your boundary. Una go fight at the end of the day, ni. As an African man,
Ben, why
you
should
will
the
not
woman
be
have to
proud
bring
of
down?
driving what your wife is buying all the time. If we get to a point, you will begin to feel inferior. That's my take. No verse. Sissy,
Thank
you
you.
want to add? Okay,
Uncle Phil.
Uncle Phil, let Uncle Phil call me briefly,
Go
please. No
for it,
verse.
Uncle Phil.
Uncle Phil, sir.
Okay, greetings to everyone. Well, I read the posting, and I don't know who is posting. Maybe it's the wife or the man. I want to assume it's the wife. So
I think they said it's the friend of the husband.
Oh, it's the friend of the husband. Okay, good. The posting stopped short of, it says, and it is causing problems, but it did not say what problems it's causing. But let's just leave it there. I want to work with the facts now, at least that we know. Now, let's establish something. There's nothing wrong if a woman is earning more than a man. Let's put that to the side. I'm going somewhere, and I will need some patience here. There's nothing wrong with that, and neither is it wrong if a man is earning more than a woman. Let's establish that. Genesis 2:18, it says, "It is not good that a man should be alone. I will make him," let's pause here, "a helper." Let's pause again. "Fit," that fit is in capital letter, "for him." Fit for him. Let's concentrate on that. Like in this case, 250K more than what you are earning. That ratio is too much. So that means if your wife is earning 250K more than you, she's not fit for you in that context. Because let's go back to what that Genesis 2:18 says. It says, "It is not good that a man should be alone. I will make him a helper." Let us bold that word helper. Someone making 250K more than you is no longer a helper.
He's a savior.
I don't know what name to give to it, but let us bold that one very well. That one is no longer a helper. Talk less of fit for you. Now, let's go back to what I established. There's nothing wrong if a woman is earning more than you. There's nothing wrong if a man is making more than a woman, right? Now, on that premise, when you met this man, you know his capacity, right? Now, let's go back to that Genesis 2:18 again. It is not good that a man should be alone. He was alone in that grocery work. He was alone. You saw him, he was alone. I don't know who approached who, but you are married. He was alone there. I will make him a helper, which is you. Now the wife. You met him there. Now what you think you should have done right from the start, as you start speaking, talking to each other, start liking, before even you start liking each other, bro, what is your vision? Where do you see yourself in the next 2 years? You know, why are you here? Are you lacking anything? Is there anything that you need to do to make you get something better than what you're doing right now?
Yep.
you don't need to tell me what you're earning, but I have an idea of what you're earning. You having that conversation with him, you are coming from the part of you knowing very well. I don't know at the time what you were earning when you met him, but at least we know 250K is a high number now. Now, your job now, meeting him while he was alone, you know you're definitely going to be a helper to him. So if you're going to be a helper to him, your conversation should be how you will find a way to elevate each other. I won't say you elevate him. Maybe he just needs someone to nudge him or push him. Now you coming to be with him now. You're supposed to elevate him by having conversations that will lead him in that direction. Do you have to go study? Do you have to go take night classes? While you are doing that, I know you may not no longer be able to do your maybe full-time job in that grocery place. Maybe you have to switch to part-time now, but then I will now step in as your helper, because I know if you go through this school and you graduate, your potential earning power is going to increase. And it will go back to match this word in Genesis 2:18. So I think is a question, is an issue of pointing one finger and about three finger, the rest of the finger pointing to you. We don't know what you did at the back end. We don't know, maybe you did that and he refused. That is another conversation on its own. But it takes two to tango. If you've met someone behind the desk or as a clerk in grocery store, and that is his job, and you intend to marry this person, and you are not doing the due diligence, you also have to carry some weight out of the blame.
I agree.
So now let's take it forward. It says, I will make him a helper fit for him. A lot of people don't have this understanding. If you want to be fit for him, you should not be 250K ahead of him. At least, if you're going to be ahead of him, maybe 50, maybe 30, maybe 20, or whatever. And keep working on him, on each other like that.
Wait, Uncle Phil.
Uncle Phil,
I picked something you just said now. You say she's not supposed to be more than 250K than him. Are we saying the lady should stop her own growth?
No, that's not what I'm saying. No. Okay. Hold on, please. Just follow me carefully here. What I'm saying is this. You know potentially his worth when you met him. You're going to be a helper to this man. If you're going to be a helper to him, to this man, and you are appearing to be the heavy weight carrier here, then you are no longer a helper to him. So your job is to first help him out of his, I won't use the word predicament, of his situation. He needs to earn more than that, because the truth is this is the person you're going to submit to. Let me create an analogy right now. We are in three of us we're speaking right now. If it suddenly begins to rain and there's an umbrella shop beside us, what are we going to run for? The umbrella, right? Yes or no? Once we grab the umbrella, what are we going to do? We're going to fling it open, right? I don't know if anybody's hearing me. Fling it open.
Yeah.
Once we fling it open, what are we going to do to the umbrella? We are going to elevate that umbrella above our head. That signifies submission. We are submitting to what the umbrella can do for us. So the same thing, if you are meeting a man, you are 250K ahead of him. It's like an umbrella. Whether you like it or not, unless you want your mascara to all wash out and your makeup to all wash out and to be soaked and drenched in whatever, you have to elevate that umbrella above you. Now, do you have the dignity or the patience or I don't know how to describe it, to even the thought of it? I'm 250K ahead of this man, yet I have to make I have to elevate him above me.
Why is that her responsibility, Uncle Phil? When the
just
guy
hold on, stay with me. You still missed it. I said it. Hold on. I'm going to explain that because that's very, very key. You met this man behind the counter, and I explained it like a couple of lines ago. You know potentially what he earns. And I'm not saying everything is totally the woman's problem. But you knew very, very well that this man is way behind you. Before you even, I will not use the word agree. In fact, what should be paramount in what both of you are communicating at that point in time, before yes, I do comes into play, should be, bro, you need to position in the trenches that will lead you up to where I am, right? So it should be a case of lovey-dovey, honey, what are you doing? Have you applied for the course? Do you need extra $20, $30 here to make a photocopy or do this or to do that, to go to the school? Do you need the drive there and all that? Position him on that cadre. Every starting point has a finish point. But if you position him, does he have to go to college? Does he have to go to university? Does he have to do? And after that, work on each other, right? Now, that is why I said she has to share part of the blame, because from the get-go, we all know that this is going to be a problem. And she will know that's going to be a problem. If you're going to let that man be your husband, your job, part of your job is to make sure you do your part. Just as Genesis 2:18 says, I will read it again. It is not good for a man that he should be alone. I will make him a helper, which is you. The job of a helper is to make something better. Pushing one from point A to point B is part of it. You don't necessarily have to dole out money, right? And you will be a helper that will be fit for him.
Uncle Phil, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the situation you are describing is an ideal situation. But with the men we have now, not all, but with a lot of young men we have now, it's not easy for a woman to push a man who Uncle Phil.
And to explain that, sir.
If the man is not willing to push,
and I will explain that, sir, in this way. It is good for that man to be alone, because he cannot get a helper that is fit for him.
Okay.
Because there are people, we shared our story yesterday. For the most part, if you listen to everybody's story, every help goes a long way. Me that I came to Toronto, I want to squat with someone that is squatting, that they chased out and is already waiting for me with his luggage at the curbside.
Uncle Phil, don't do me like this again.
Do you know the help that came for me? It was a total stranger. And if not for that timely help, just for me to sleep at the base of his bed, in his very small room, I can trace the success I have today for that timely help. But if you now have someone who saw you behind the counter and is pushing this enormous help towards you, and is not only stopping there, with the hope that I'm going to be by your side as a wife going forward, what more help do you need? It is good for that type of man to be alone. And the helper that will be his feet will come his way. Maybe another one that he is earning more than. So let's not miss it, right? I'm not going to line up behind anybody that sees a way to grow and refuses. But the person that posted did not say what the actual issue is, but I'm just talking in a robust way. But if that is the case,
I think she mentioned it. She don't need to go into details.
I know.
We already should have known.
If that is the case,
make I find out. Can I still? Oh, I did not highlight it, but I think she mentioned it.
But
She
if
said
that
now
is
they
the
are having
case,
issue. She said they are having issue, and for me, as soon as she said the guy is just 5 years in America, I knew what the problem would be. Uncle Phil, were you not here when we covered that woman that went to go and marry Nigeria guy from Italy?
yes, sir.
It's something similar. A guy that is barely 5 years abroad. This guy is still living more or less like somebody in Nigeria.
You see, my
All his
brother.
mindset right now, his mindset is thinking is about the money that lady is making.
My brother.
Not about the money he want to make. I'm sorry, I don't know their story. But if they're having issue, I'm looking at it from that angle. And two, there are some lady too that when they make significantly more income than you and they live in this America, they don't want you to grow as a man. I am
That's
sorry.
another level.
This is what it is. When
That
they
is
make more
another
money
level.
than you and they like you, you are handsome, everything. They too, why they are claiming they are supporting, they don't want you to grow. They want to dictate. You saw it in the story of the lady that went to bring that guy from Italy. Even though that guy is stupid, even though that guy is coming or everything, she enjoy being the one giving him money. So this thing is complex, but Uncle Phil, because we have more people here now. Sister Ngozi, don't go. Sister Ngozi, please come back, because I was going to ask you, I've seen your comment. I was going to ask you to tell us what you think about this. But Sissy, do you understand what Uncle Phil is saying? And
we said the same thing.
Okay.
We said the same thing. I said it already. What was the intention? Why did they not have these financial conversations? And I said already, if it's an African man, 99% of the time, African men are not comfortable enough. Their ego will not allow them to be with a woman who earns more than them, one, and a woman earning significantly more than them. It's not gonna work. But the woman is also at fault, because what were you looking for when you married somebody who's working in a grocery store and you're on a 250 salary?
She bought a husband. Maybe it's a
Yeah,
case of
she bought a
buying
husband. He also bought, maybe he's
But
documents or whatever. So
yeah, but at the same time, I will say we can give them grace. I still think that they are probably still young in their marriage. They still don't understand how to work together as a team. Because if they are both transparent and they know how to work together as a team, they won't be having that much problem. If I have to advise the man, I would tell him, brother, look at yourself. You are an African man. God has already laid a very good foundation for you. What is that foundation? Your wife is made already. So if you know how to, improve yourself, if you can go back to school, go back to school. Do everything you can. Just focus on yourself. Forget about your wife's money. I won't stop preaching this. It works for me anyway. As soon as you can forget about your wife's money and you thinking about your own money, how you want to make your own money, you will have less argument, less fighting in that marriage. In fact, at a point, now your wife said, "Go, they take her money, they beg you." Like I said at the beginning of this show, when I tell my own story, there are things that my wife have done that shocked me, that I was flabbergasted. She don't like me bringing her business out, but this woman have really shocked me. My wife has paid for $13,000 something before that we don't even have the conversation. I carry my wallet, carry my money, say we go where we go buy that thing. We got there, after we search everything, she tell me, say, babe, can you go and check that corner? I went there, I was going up and down looking for them. Before I come back, she paid 13,000 plus something. Till tomorrow, I wanted to, I transferred the money back to her with Zelle. She was angry, like, what are you trying to tell me now? That I can't pay for it or something? But I'm just saying, if as a man, the moment you forget about your wife's money, you just concentrate on yourself. When your wife says, see, say, now how you want to make your own money, now it be your focus. Say you they hustle like Jackie, Now she go take that money. They look how she won't take the money, help you where you go dey balance. Because I think that what Uncle Phil is just educating us about now. But as a man, if you marry a woman that make significantly more income than you, and your brain is thinking about how we go plan our money. Oh, you know, if we go to Nigeria, we can buy this land, you know, we can build this hotel, we can build this chalet. Bro, you are heading for a disaster. A woman that make really good money is a smart woman. Whatever you are thinking, you are planning, by the time the woman will bring her own suggestion, you go vex me. Because, for instance, if you tell the woman, hey, babe, let us buy this land, she will ask you question. Where are we buying the land? What are the papers? Who are we buying from? What are the proof that this thing is authentic? Then you start thinking, she's questioning me because it's her money. No. She made that money because she's smart in the first place. But if you focus on your own, you are hustling on your own, and you are able to know how to play your role as a husband, you not let your wife lack anything. You try your best, but all this at the same time, you are working on improving yourself in this abroad. When your wife say money don't make any sense to you, even her ego go come down by fire by force, because she knew that is a confident man. She not saying she fuck up, another woman will grab you. I'm sorry, I'm just saying. Uncle Phil, I don't know, maybe I make sense, but Abby is here anyway.
Yes, sir.
And I see Abby, you were saying in the chat, Abby was saying, these are the conversations they should have. Abby, let me tell you something, my lovely sister. There are some conversations that you can't have when you are dating.
What do you mean you can't have when you're dating?
Let me explain.
Let me explain.
I know, Abby, before Abby will raise my blood pressure, let me explain.
I don't have any intention to raise your blood pressure because I have a toy in my mouth.
It's not a rocket science or $1 million question. If you meet me and I tell you I work in HR or I work in banking, I met you standing in McDonald's or I met you working in Aldi cashier, I will already know that I'm earning more than you. It's not a conversation.
That's not even the angle I'm coming from at all. Because this is something that happened to me last week. Uncle Ben, go ahead. You understand my point.
It's kind of obvious. So leading off the back of that knowledge that you already can clearly see, right? It's not an ambiguous thing that is hidden to both of you. You know.
Okay, Sissy,
so
do you know why I said? Do you know why I said there are some conversation like that you can't really have it before marriage? You know why? Because when you are having that conversation like that, one person will be lying to the other. Sissy, let's take an example.
Then you don't need
to
let me give you
an example, Sissy.
Is that you're going off of my comments, and that's not what I said. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, but let me just land this with Sissy first, and I will yield to you. So, Sissy, you met me. You are making 250K while I'm working in McDonald's. You see my six-pack, my sexy body, everything, they attract you. I say, hi, baby. And you say, hey. We start talking. We start going on date and everything. And then we start getting serious.
We can never get serious.
Sissy, that is how, look, let's have this realistic conversation. That is why you see women who are doing okay, their heart is being broken every time. Because once you are doing okay, we are having this conversation and everything, we went out and then we are getting serious. You now say, okay, let us have this conversation about our finances. I know to get money, I will listen. So when you tell me, okay, what are we going to do? So, Sissy, you are making 250. How do you want to go about the conversation? Ask me a question, whatever you want to ask. Let me give you a typical answer so you can see what I'm talking about here. That some conversation, it won't even make sense if you are having it.
Okay, first of all, this is not a situation I can ever get into because it's not going to happen. But I'm going to play along with you. I meet you, you're working in KFC, in McDonald's, right? We go on a date. Okay, already, where are you taking me for this date? Where are you taking me for this date? Are we going bowling? Are we going, I don't know, to the park, walk in the park? From that conversation, I will know already that you're not the type of person I want to date if these are the type of dates that you're taking me on, right? And then from that, I would have to ask you, okay, you're working in McDonald's at the moment. What's your plan? Like, are you studying? You know, okay, I'm not studying. Okay, so what's your long-term plan? Do you plan on leaving McDonald's? Do you plan on going back to school? Do you plan on doing one of those McDonald's graduation program things that they do where you can elevate and become a manager? I need to know what is your plan, because clearly me and you were not on the same level financially, and the plans that I have for myself and the person that I want to be with at your level, working at the job that you're working, maybe on the money that you're earning, it's not going to meet up. So you need to tell me what it is that is the plan for your life.
I swear,
What's the
Sissy,
projection of the plan for your life?
I will give you a plan.
You
that
can
you
give me
will
the plan,
love
but
it.
I'm not the type of person that you're going to tell me your plan. We're going to be together, and that plan is not going to happen. It needs to happen, and I need to give you a
That's the point
timeline.
now.
I
It's
beg
a
to
step
differ
by
a little
step.
bit too. I beg to differ a little bit
And I'll
with what
can
I'm
I
hearing.
give you can I give you my own example of something that happened when I met my son's dad? He already has a degree. He already was working, right? But he wanted to change the career path that he wanted to go into. So we sat down, we looked at, and he told me, "Oh, I want to go into this. How I'm thinking of doing this." I said, "Okay, look, realistically, you're older." I mean, he was only like 20, 26, 27, but I said, "You're older student now, right? Going back as a mature student. Any career that you're going into, you need to go into that. Any type of degree that you're going to get now as a second degree, to me, it doesn't make sense for you to go and do a degree where you're going to come out and you're going to be competing with 19, 20-year-olds for the same job. You need to come out of that education that you're going to do and make sure that you can secure a job, right?" So when we were looking for things for him to do, he decided and settled on like what's it called, quantity surveying, right? He went, did the degree, got the qualification, and when he came out, he landed his first job with like a very big quantity surveying company, right? So that's what I'm saying. If he was just talking and nothing was coming out of that conversation, then he went, he did this degree. Oh, I can't find a job. He went, he did another degree. Oh, I can't find a job. I'm sorry. That's not realistic.
Okay.
It's not realistic.
I
Okay,
beg,
Sissy. Go ahead, sir.
I beg to differ a little bit with some of those things I heard here. If I'm meeting you, a lady, for the first time, right, and you define my value based on where I took you for a date, then that's a red flag for me. I will back out really fast, right? Because it's for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer. I can take you to the best restaurant now. And what happens 5 years later if I lose my job and we can't maintain that status? And from the jump, you can't, you looking at my value based on, oh no, you take me to this restaurant, not just a mat on somewhere on the grass and we are drinking lemonade and whatever, just something under $10. You cannot appreciate that. Then that tells me all I need to know, right? So just to clarify on that, my own stance is, if the help comes your way and you are not ready to take that help, then that means it's not going to work. We cannot be helper to each other, right? At least in this context. Let's flip the script now. Men do that all the time. They earn 250K beyond what women earn, and that is never an issue. Men date down, women date up. Okay, so let us be robust here as we look at things, and that is why I said in my opener that there's nothing wrong if a woman is earning more than a man, and neither is anything wrong with a man earning more than a woman. But in whatever case as it may be, if I'm earning significantly more than my wife and she's with me and she's going to be my wife, I will find in a lot of ways how I can elevate her, how I can make her better than how I met her. That is the essence of a partner. If you're with me and I'm not growing, and you with me, you are not growing, then that means that that relationship is going to rotten after a while. We are supposed to improve each other as we go, and vice versa. But this part I want to correct. You do not put value on a person based on where they took you for a date. The date is not very important. The environment you are having that day is not very important. What you're going to discuss what you're going to find out about yourself is very, very important. I will let that rest.
Thank you, sir. Abby, over to you.
Okay, so what I said, I don't even know what comment, but what I said is that a friend of mine is getting married in December, and she only asked me last week, "Oh, Abby, by the way, I need to pick your brain about something. What are your expectations of what you expect your husband to pay for? Because I'm only just beginning to have these conversations with this person that she's getting married to." And in my head, I was just like, so how have you come to a conclusion that you're getting married in December if you've not had this difficult conversation? Because I do believe that
What
it's
is
a
it?
very difficult conversation. Well, I told her what I
Go
told
on.
But I told her what my expectations are anyway. Now, I don't know what happens with 40-year-olds. I don't know what happens with 50-year-olds, those that have 30 years work experience and have done the work and now earn 250K. I don't know what happens to them. But I'm going to tell you, and obviously, as the voice of Gen Z on this channel, I'm going to tell you that except I marry a special kind of man, except I marry somebody who is from a rich home and has generational wealth, or I marry a Yahoo boy, there is no situation that I would not be chipping in for bills. There is no situation that I will not be building with a man to some extent. Now, I've spoken about this before, even on Recap Central. There's building and there's building. There's me deciding, and I spoke about this. Uncle Ben screamed, Personally, I will not be going with a guy who tells me that he's only just 2 years out of university. There's so many reasons why. Particularly, I'm also about 3 years ahead of my peers. So I have to calculate. It takes a lot of job hopping. It takes a lot of certifications, a lot of experience to get a certain point where you earn, right? I'm also thinking about myself where technically in your head you have plans and then you leave the rest to God. So I'm calculating that this is the number of children that I ideally want to have. At this point, I would have finished childbirth. I will go back fully into my career, etc. So these are the calculations that I even make for myself as a woman outside of the man. And I would like to think, and I've said this on this channel, I encourage men to also think for themselves. So personally, I'm tired of these conversations about how men are usually, in usual fashion, especially being Nigerian, are the ones that tend to be the higher earners, and then they tend to pick women up all the time. Amazing, you to calculate. You know, you don't have to marry a bum as a man. You know, you don't have to marry a woman that is within that is not within your tax bracket as a man. If that's what you want to do because you feel like as a man that helps your ego or your pride, go ahead. But let that not be a thing, because that's what a lot of Nigerian men have been doing for ages. I take an exception to that. Now, so I'm coming back to the fact that the whole idea of a woman is a helper, whatever, whatever. Again, if I marry a man that is 20 years older than me, there's a very high chance that I can just relax and not pay any bills. But since I do not want to marry a man that is 20 years older than me, there's a very high chance that I have to.
We said 10, Abby.
Even 10, we know that I still don't even exactly, I'm not very happy with that 10. But my point is, there's a very high chance that I have to pay bills if our home is going to run in a way where one person is not stressed out. This is the UK. I don't, even in Nigeria these days, it doesn't even work in a way where only a man can pay bills and everything will be okay. It's stressful out here. Children are getting way more expensive. We, the younger generation, have more that we also feel like we want to do for our children. So I say this to say that I'm kind of a bit tired of the delusion of women that we're all going to sit as princesses and men are just going to provide. I'm tired of the delusion of women that a man is coming to save you financially and you don't have to do that much. You're better off working your way up to financial freedom. This is not Nollywood. No man is coming to marry you from your village and give you a dream life, right? So I don't know, but I think I'm beginning to see that there's too much talking being done and not a lot of watching. Because even when Uncle Ben, you said, oh, when you go on a date, you ask questions, blah, 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 blah. Let me tell you something. From the very first dates of the two exes that I've had, I can tell you that if I did not have any emotions attached, if I actually just sat down and was logical, I can tell you who would have taken care of me best from their approach. Even this thing Uncle Phil said about it's not about the location. No, it's not about the location. It's about the intention of how that date went. It's about what they
Okay.
did, how they created that date. I can tell you for a fact that I can tell from the start. It's not a different case if the man changes or if the man was deceiving me. That happens all the time. But from the start, just the way a man moves, you can tell what he's about, even if he earns 100K less than you. You can tell that this is a man that is determined to look after his family or he knows that this is his role as a man. I don't think it's about talking, right? And then to also clarify, this is the last thing I'm going to say, why I was even saying that Uncle Ben, you tried to have a back and forth with Sissy. I wasn't even talking about money per se, like figures. I was talking about responsibility, right? You talk. We know, first of all, it has to be transparency. This is how much I earn. If you're going to be talking marriage, we're not talking about first, second, third dates. Nobody should ask me how much I'm earning on a second date. That does not make any sense, of course. We've said this before. But we're talking about marriage now. I actually want to get married. I see you as somebody I want to get married to. I like to believe that people are having these conversations as well. Now we should be able to be transparent about our actual earnings. Now you have those figures in your head, or everybody has those figures. It's put down on the paper, whatever. Conversation now is, what do you think are your responsibilities as a man? One of the things I said to my friend that day is that me as a woman, there's so many other things that can come in when it comes to childcare, little bits around the house. There's no reason as a woman you should be coming back from work and asking your husband for £20 for top up groceries that's finished during the weekend or whatever. That's common sense, right? But I said to her, the one thing I expect my husband to do is always have a roof over my head. I said to her, let's start there. And then you start to add your own little bits, right? So these are the things where we're not talking about figures, we're talking about responsibility, which is why I also agree with Uncle Ben about how if you're a man and you earn certain amount of money, that is what your household income is. That is what your bills are. Until you have a conversation with your woman where this is where I can come in, so I can come in. There's no reason why as a woman you have a certain lifestyle. I'm sorry, if you're not marrying up or marrying the same level, then you also have to be willing to also give the man a nudge to come on your level. If he's about that life as well. Based off of my family background, a couple of things that I've had in place from birth, there's only a couple of people that I can date, and that's not realistic. So most of the time, I've only dated ambitious men that have their head somewhere, and they're headed somewhere, and I'm happy to support. And I really do think that is what partnership is about. There's very, very little chance that I'm going to meet a man that has my exact background. And there's very, very little chance, if I have to be very honest, based off of the current dating market, except again, I go with Sissy's recommendation of marrying 10 years older. You know? So I think that we realistic on what partnership is. And partnership sometimes means that a woman has to give a nudge. Partnership means sometimes a woman also has to sacrifice, including financially. Partnership sometimes means, like Uncle Phil said, men do this all the time anyway. I promise you, if I had a business and my husband to be was going to give me £20,000 to invest in a business, I will not say I'm not going to collect it. It's just like,
all right, thank you
for him to even do that with. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Now, let me just quickly remind us of why we were here. The show is about JAPA stories, of course, and today's topic is on managing marriage and relationship, success or struggles. I know it will not flow like the other two shows we have previously, because this is where a lot of people have problem in abroad. Marriage and relationship. So I know this particular show today will not flow at all. There's going to be a lot of back and forth, push back, push front, and all of that. But let's always bear in mind that the focus is on marriage and relationship struggles. And why dating is a significant part of whatever might come after you have both married each other. But a lot of times, what happened during dating is not the same thing when people are actually in the marriage. So I just want us to bear that in mind. Now I see Sister Vicky, Duchess V is in the building. So Duchess V, I don't know if you know the format already. We are just looking at people who would like to share maybe a little part of the struggles they have in abroad marriage and how they were able to overcome it. The conversation we just had now, it's about one comment posted by Sister Villa that a lady married someone that earns significant more than the husband, about 250K. And these are some of the issues we have on our hand here in abroad. A lot of women are making more money than their husband now. And the earlier we are having this conversation, so people who found themselves in this situation, we know how to work around it, the better for everyone. In fact, if you make significant income more than your husband and you want to marry a Nigerian man, you need to do 41 days fasting and prayer for it to work. But Sister Duchess, let me open the floor for you, my sister.
I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle. And this is my take. Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in.
All right, while Sister Duchess is coming in, I also want to announce that I have to leave now. I will join you guys back in about 30 minutes. I have to go to where they are paying my money because I don't want to make one woman come tell me stories. Say, I feed you yesterday, I feed you. So I have to go. But I will join with my phone and then I will come back. Meanwhile, Abby is in the building. You all know Abby is a fantastic host. She will manage the whole thing. Uncle Phil is here. Sissy is here. But Sissy, we don't want fight too, because all that we fighting, we're fighting here. So Uncle Dayo is in the building. So Sister V, let's start with you.
As gentle as I am.
You are not gentle. Let's hear you, Gary. Duchess V. Abby will take control. Thank you, everybody. I will join you in 30 minutes. Go ahead, Sister V.
Hey, Sister V.
Hello, everybody. We found Uncle Ben. Thank you very much. Safe journey as you're going to work.
Thank you, my sister.
Sister V, Uncle Ben will not say that the rest of us don't tell him safe journey. You have added
safe journey.
I'm not expecting Abby or Sissy to tell me safe journey because they want to come and fight me. Go ahead, my sister.
Oh my gosh, it's really nice to meet everybody. So sorry, I'm trying to make baby not to disturb, but yeah. I've heard everything everyone said. I wanted to first applaud Sister Sue. She said a lot, and I really, really love what she said. Like, I think we should just move the focus to the main issue, which is troubled marriage abroad, right? And depend on where you're coming from, or if you met here, if you know, whoever brought each other abroad. And so on. So sorry, my voice can be going up and down. So I'm having flu. It's the season. Be that it may, I want to first say that most people don't understand marriage. That's the most important thing. And like Daddy Patrick said, that is the foundation. I don't know if anyone is hearing me because I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can hear you. Just go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So most people don't understand it. It's the foundation. Firstly, oh, sorry. Sorry, mom is a texting. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, okay. As I was saying, first is we have to understand that marriage is where God trains us, test us, test everything about us, test if we are selfish or not. And anyone who says that they want to be married or is married have to understand that marriage is sacrifice. And what is sacrifice? Sacrifice is love. I don't want to really go much into biblical terms of marriage, but there is no way we talk about marriage without adding the biblical terms. I love when Sister Sue was saying something about submission. I love it very much. We as women, we have to understand our rules. But there's something that I was like, she needed to mention this first before going into, and that was the issue of submitting to one another. So, because most, especially African men, I'm sorry, I'll say this, we are always talking about the women have to submit, 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 and we forget the first part, whereby the submission is mutual. You have to submit to each other. No one is above each other. The thing is that God is above both of you. Let's see like an equilibrium. If this one is trying to stand, the what do you call it? The platform would change. If this one is trying to not to stand, then the other one will be going. It will not be balanced. I don't know how to put it. So we have to work together. So can two work together unless they do agree? No. So in the case of the question of that sister, I would say that I believe that what has happened, regardless of how they met, whatever money this one earned or not, but that one person have somehow spoken to someone, see what I earn, this and that. Because if the money issue was never a problem during the time you guys were, getting to know each other, now got married and so on, I believe somewhat that a third party have influenced that, or someone have said, is it your wife that is earning this, so you're just this? Because the truth is, I want to believe that most husbands, there are guys who are somehow envious of them. I'll use this word envious in the sense that you may be having a very wonderful home, but then you don't know what your other colleagues is looking at it like. Most of them probably want your wife. You never can tell because she earns better. And you, as the man, you may not necessarily see it that, okay, they are coming from this. They will be the one telling you your wife is either babying you or doing this. But the truth is, you guys are quite loving based on how the dynamics of your relationship is. Sorry. Based on how the dynamics of your relationship has been, until someone now came into the picture and said, no, you're doing this, you're doing that, your wife is either controlling you or your wife is doing this or doing that, then you start seeing it that way. The eyes you used to see your wife changes. Any little thing she does, sorry baby, you would think, okay, she's doing this because she earns higher than me. Your eyes is now shifted. You're no longer looking at oneness. Because for a smart man, even having such a wife that is a hard worker and earns very well, it means you guys can retire quite quick and then build your empire together. Because at the end of the day, it's your legacy. And there are most people like Temi or $10 who will take your last name. So it's not like she's doing everything for herself. It's for you people, like both of you. Your how do I put it? You're building yourself for your children. So they at the end of the day, whatever thing that she has, let's put it that way, also belongs to you. As Uncle Phil said, she's a helpmate, right? Look at it from this angle that God has blessed you with this woman who somewhat will make you stand up. That's your helpmate. Most people will be looking for such kind of women that, okay, I'm not talking about those that want to use women because they are users. I'm talking about those who understand what marriage is, those who are actually in tune with what God expects marriage to be. And the other thing is, any man who has a fear of God would not allow things like this have issue in their marriage. That's one thing I will still say. The fear of God requires him understanding that what my wife is doing is for the better of the family, is for all of us. It's not just for me. The fear of God requires him to understand that I don't have to remain in the same level that I am. I have to either move myself up, whether my wife is telling me to move up or not. Before we got married, you have a purpose and she has a purpose. The reason you guys came together, I want to believe, is because your purposes align. You're going to the same direction. Oh, are you going to Ohio? Yes, I am. Where are you going to? This is the distance. What is your end at the end of the day? I want to stay in Michigan, maybe after 5 years. Oh, that's actually the same thing with me. Then you guys work together. You can't say you want to be in Alaska and this one wants to be in Michigan. Either somebody is compromising for each other. And if it's not your will or it's not something you desire at some point in time, somebody will fall short. Like, I did this and now look at this or look at that. But I know that in some cases it does work, whereby you'll be like, okay, the reason I want to go to this place is not very much somewhat important, or what I'm going to do there, I can still do it in Alaska. Then you guys can now decide. It's compromise though, right? But in this context, I want to believe that for those couple, why this is causing problem is because somebody has actually, third party has been involved, and probably it has gone more than third party. And this money thing could be one of it and a major thing, but I don't think is actually the main issue why they are having problem. Because the truth is, this is something we are seeing on the surface level. Oh, she earns more than, but there is other things underground, and couples will never necessarily open up what is happening behind closed doors, like underground, unless you put both of them in a room like a therapist and tell them, talk to yourself. Because even if you put them with one therapist and say, you speak differently, this one will say, this one will say, and then there is a truth, right? But if you put them within themselves, let them start saying what is going on, all those things that this one have been overlooking, sweeping under the carpet because I don't want trouble, this and that, that is small, but it's mighty. Because you think it's just little thing. It's when issue like this money comes, everything now compiles, now add it up, and it looks like a very cumbersome something that cannot be resolved. With the right communication, with the right understanding, I think it can be resolved, especially if there is love and if you understand the reason why you got married at the first place. So I want to end this by saying that with our marriages abroad, first you have to understand something. And what you have to, oh, sorry. Oh God. So sorry about baby. Oh my God. Boo boo, sorry.
Sister V, carry on. Wants to contribute.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Abby?
Sister V, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I am. Just give me a sec. Someone can go in. Let me just pacify baby. I'll be back.
All
No
right.
problem.
Thank you so much, sis. Uncle Dio.
Welcome,
Hello, Abby.
Papi.
Welcome.
Hey, Sissy, how are you? My soft life
I'm
sister.
good, sir.
Abby, how are you? How are you, Real Farm, Sister Ngozi, Uncle Phil, uh, Duchess Vivi of God? I throw a salute to everybody.
How are you,
This is a
sir?
wonderful topic, and I'm quite happy. And I like the angle that both Uncle Phil and every other speaker have like narrated it. There are so many facets to this, but the foundation is supposed to be something. Let every individual see. These are some of the things that we will be trying to say over and over again. For any add value man, every man is a builder, and every woman too is a builder. If you have that characteristic in you, you hardly have problems in marriage. Let me break it down a little bit. If you as a man, you are a builder, and you as a woman, you are a builder, you always want to you will always want to invest into the life of people around you. I'm not talking about husband and wife alone. Naturally, anybody that comes around you, you want them to become better than when you met them. It should be a natural thing in you as a man or as a woman. That whosoever you are trying to like have any kind of association with, or maybe have any relationship with, by the time over time when you are with those people, their life should be better than the way you met them. I used to say something about while I was still young. As a professional DJ, I don't smoke, I don't drink, but I have friends that do that. They smoke and they drink, and I have this particular friend that was so close to me. When I met him, this my friend can finish 2 packs of cigarettes in a day. It was like a chain smoker. And this is somebody that was close to me. Now, me, I have one thing. I will never force you to draw closer to me, but I will always look at something. How can I impact your life? So when he was going out with me, when I go to shows, he will follow me. I will even buy a pack of cigarettes for him. But he does not know that I'm praying secretly for him, that addiction to cigarettes should leave. Not up to 6 months when he was going with me, he stopped the habit of smoking. And this is something that he had been trying for more than 10, 15 years to stop, which he could not stop. I can keep on, as a single guy also, one that I notice is that if I meet you, now there's something that Uncle Phil said. Uncle Phil said, men will date down while women date up. It's natural. That is natural scenario. Now, men dating down does not mean that you are going to pick somebody that's in the gutter and try to grow that up. But it's always an advantage for a man because of the way we are being positioned to be a provider. And if you're going to date down, you are going to look for someone that can complement you. But if we are in a scenario as we are talking about now, that the wife is any more than the man, then according to what my sister Evivi just said now, understanding really goes a long way in this matter. Because why? Both of you must realize your positions in the home. And if you must, as a woman, earn more than your husband, it should be something of a constructive nature that will help build your man, build him to the capacity that it too will be as far or even more than, even if possible, more than you. Now, such a man that you build, now I must say this, because many women have come back with a bitter story that, oh, I help him, once he has money now, he has abandoned me, he has gone to get another girlfriend, blah, 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 blah. A case in view, when we treated this movie, Acrimony, I remember what happened to the guy and to the woman in that movie. It's a typical case that happens in life. When a woman is okay, but she lost a man that is yet to become what he's supposed to be, and she invested in his life, and then after the man becomes somebody great, they now start saying something else. It's not a typical scenario for every situation. So you must have a mindset as a man or as a woman that I am a builder. Anybody that comes around me, maybe for a relationship, maybe for friendship, or maybe for association, you must be able to impact their life for the better. I learned a lot of things from this, and this thing really helped a lot of people, particularly people that are in marriages. And if your intention as a man is to get the best for your wife, it's like let your wife get better than the way you met her, you are on a good course. If the man, if your wife too, if her best interest is to make sure that I want my husband to be better than the way he is, both of you are on a good course, because both of you will be complimenting each other, then you'll be helping each other out. You will have that conversation. What do you want? Where are we going? What's the purpose for this family? What are the plans? What are the things that we need to put in place? Once you think in that, there won't be issue of who is any big or any less, because money will not become our money. If I'm a millionaire and my wife is any in thousands, I don't see myself as a millionaire. We are both millionaires. But in some cases, now this is where we are having issue. Presently now, the present crops of people that are getting married don't have enough knowledge about what marriage really entails. They are looking at marriage as something. In fact, many people these days, let us face it, many people these days, particularly our Gen Zs, many of them don't even value marriages because of maybe what they have heard or because of maybe what they have experienced with their parents, or maybe because of societal pressures. They don't value anything called marriage again. So when we are talking about people that still value marriages. We are talking about people that still want to remain in marriages, and we are talking about people that still see something good in marriages. Because if you're an average Gen Z now, we tell you clearly, okay, I don't want to marry. So when you're having conflict and issues within yourself in your marriage, as a man or as a woman, what are the foundations that you have laid? I used to say something. If somebody is not on the same spiritual level with you before marriage, and inside marriage you are not both on the same spiritual level, there will be a problem in that marriage. What do I mean by that? If someone does not believe in what you believe in as a woman, and if a man does not believe in what you believe in, and even as a man, if your wife does not believe in what you believe in, both of you surely have problems in that marriage. Both of you must be on the same spiritual level. When I say spiritual level, I don't mean praying or going to church. I mean, understanding level. Both of you must be in the same WhatsApp group. This is what we want. I mean, this is how our marriages should look like. Once both of you are in that same WhatsApp group, then you work towards it. It becomes easier for you. But if one is in this class and the other one is in that class, there'll be problems. This way me, I'm seeing issues. However, this question is not a big problem if there is understanding. Just round off. It's not a big problem. Let there be understanding, and let us check our backgrounds and make sure that everything goes out well and everything will work out by itself. Thank you.
All right, Sister V. So
Yes, I'm back.
is my baby okay? My baby is calm now.
Yes,
So,
yes,
Sister
yes.
V, just to make it make sense, because we are looking at JAPA marriages, and this financial imbalance just happened to be part of the conversation today. But basically, there are several areas where couples are struggling abroad. So, if you want to help us shine light on some of those areas and how they can cope. And I know when we talk about all these couple making money, especially women making a lot of money now, you, my sister, so many of my sister here, when I did that table, they will say at this point now, money no be una wahala. Why me? And many of my brother, we did the table of I am the head of this house. Make it make sense, Sister V.
Okay, I was trying to say something before they were interrupted. So I will start by saying that first, people have to understand oneness. People have to understand the power of marrying your tribe. Now, marrying your tribe isn't like you're from Igbo, you're from Hausa. No, that's not what I mean. Marrying your tribe is if you guys are aligned with one belief, with one ideology. If your mindset on marriage is same level, just like Uncle Dio said, that do you have the same belief? Is your spiritual level are you like in spiritual level, are you in uniform? Are you together? I'm saying this because sometimes I don't want to say we don't marry with the leading of God. Most times we have his permissive will and we have his divine will. So be it as it may, he works things out for those who are willing to, make their marriages work. So why I say marry your tribe is because you guys will understand first, what is the purpose? Why I'm abroad? Why am I here? Now, let's say, for example, you are the husband, you went back home, you married your wife. Before your marriage back home and, bringing your wife, I want to believe that there's some sort of roundtable discussion, or rather, no, not roundtable, heart-to-heart discussion. Okay, we're coming to this place. This is what we want to do in the long run, 5 years, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, raising the kids. When we are probably 30 years, I really want to either go back home, retire, or I want to be back here. This is what I want to do. You plan yourself. Of course, life do happen. It may not work out the same way you plan, but you talking about it, you already have an ideology, you already have a blueprint of what to do, how to do it, and how to go about it. That's what I want to believe. And as a man, I want to believe that if you understand your role as a leader, I don't think any woman will want to follow you. Or the thing is, when you understand your leadership position, unless that lady is a mad woman, I'm sorry, I'm saying this, sisters, then the lady would not follow. But if the lady understand that this guy, I know this guy is doing something, this and this guy knows his onions and so on and so forth, the lady will follow. Sorry, I'll bring it into the Bible. For example, there's this Abraham and Sarah, they went somewhere. There's a king that wanted to sleep with Sarah. And I remember in the Bible, it mentions something about Sarah rejecting it for Abraham, like, no, I don't want this. I know Abraham being the leader and Sarah understanding that, well, this is my Lord. Whatever thing my Lord says, no problem. But they did have an agreement that don't leave me here or this and that. Say, okay. Later on, Abraham realized that I fucked up saying that Sarah is my sister. God, maybe he imagined the things the king would do to the wife. And he was not okay with it. So he had to beg God that, please, let nothing happen. I'm bringing this story in the context of Abraham is a leader. Abraham have shown several times how he could lead Sarah. And so Sarah never objected whatever thing he suggested. Let me put it that way. That's where I'm coming from. This is like my own ideology. So when a woman sees that this is a man, this is a man who listens to me, this is a man who also take my input. It's not, yes, sir. Anything I say, my word is the final word. Because most sorry to say, most Nigerian brothers make that mistake. Telling a woman, my word is final, or my whatever thing is final, is the wrong thing to do, even if you're right as a man. When you have made that kind of statement, the woman is not listening to anything you're saying. They have already picked out what you've said, and they are not seeing themselves or second guessing themselves or seeing themselves. So this man sees me as a slave or subordinate, stuff like that. But when you approach with love, I don't think is a problem. That's where I will come from. And the other thing that is the problem too is that people don't understand the foundation of marriage, or the pillars or the fundamentals of marriage. They don't understand that first, priority. When you come in with prioritizing your marriage, your relationship, and your commitment in general, and you add it with God, just as he mentioned in Genesis chapter 2, verse 24, when you have that already in your head, you know that whatever thing you're doing is centered around my home, my family, my this. If you see your wife as my wife is me and I'm her, I don't think there is a problem that will ever, I don't know. Not even the mommy who gave birth to your husband can come in between, because she knows that time has passed. This is your time. And speaking of, it's not that you're removing your mom. It's just that she has done to where God wants her to complete. And then God has positioned another woman to take from where she has stopped. That's what I mean. Creating another background. Because the truth is, as you said before, the children sees, the children knows. When children start coming, you and your spouse will be the first experience of marriage that they will have. No matter, you can tell them, but they are seeing your actions. And these people, these children, when they start speaking, they speak with friends. They will discuss what is going on. And that's why you see most social workers, they come and, say this one is happening at home. It's because your daughter or your son has been speaking how mommy or how daddy shout at each other. And that is what happens. But when things like that come, you see most of them, they say, oh, they are withdrawn because something is going on in the home, stuff like that. You don't create room for the devil to come in. And this is something that both men and women have to understand. The law of pursuit, most of them, when they come to this abroad, okay, disclaimer, I'm not married for up to 10 years, but I'm just speaking based on my own, what I understood, and within the course of time, what I've read and, what I know about marriage. Now, before I say this, let me put it this way. Most people who get married, like Uncle Dayo rightly say, especially in this my generation, I don't think they have enough knowledge about marriage. I just believe that majority of them just enter marriage either because they need to marry, or they need to be with someone, or because some certain jobs require you to be married, so they will see you as responsible, or they just marry for marrying sake. People don't understand the main purpose of marriage, because God's purpose for marriage is what people are supposed to be looking at. So people just marry randomly, just for marrying. And just as he said, people don't want to marry again because they have seen the negative marriages is what spreads. You don't hear good. I think the successful marriages are not very pronounced, and it's a problem because now people are seeing negative marriage. I don't want to marry, just have kids and flow with that. But that's not the norm. In the beginning, it was not so, right? So we shouldn't even be creating this marriage agenda of separation, of not being together, or having a baby out of this, not wanting to be. No, unity is something that God has already destined. I mean, he said it is not good for a man to be alone. And this man is not man like a man itself, both women. Companionship. Medically, one of the things that make people grow old is loneliness. You cannot be lonely. Even God knew. Him that has been working in heaven will now come down later to have conversation with Adam. He is also lonely. I mean, God forgive me. Not that God is lonely per se, but I mean, he wants to have that communication, that relationship. And that's what it entails. So if couples from the beginning understand that, see, this is our marriage, this is the purpose of it. And the purpose is you and your wife. Because the children are complements, supplementaries. Let me put it that way. They are also ministry for you, because God gave them to you so that you can actually, raise them, and, he will give you wisdom to do all that. But at the end of the day, those children will marry and leave. It now becomes you and your wife. Would you be roommates? And people don't understand. Most people don't understand that at the end of the day, the morning of your marriage can determine how the evening of your marriage will look like. That's why we have most men that their wife has run away for mugos and so on, and they are not bad because of how you are started from the foundation, how you neglected that woman, especially some who have money, or some, like Abby rightly said, most of them want to have money. Let it be like this one, higher than their spouses. And most women that like looking at men to elevate themselves is wrong. Think of you. So at the end of the day, when those money, because money goes, money comes, that's how I see it. When the evening of the marriage comes, you guys will not be perfect two strangers, two roommates, because you didn't have time for each other. Resentment have built all these years. Those women are there in that marriage, or when my children finish, when they do this thing, they are not saying you. They are carrying all the love, putting in the children. I'm not saying that parents shouldn't love the children, but it is both of you first. And what people seems to forget is that on the last day, if your own judgment comes now and you die and you leave, you buy and so on, God will ask you, what happened to that marriage? Most men will be in trouble. I'm seriously saying most men will be in trouble because most of them made their wives to divorce them. And most of them made their wives to have second distance. The success of a home is tied. Rather, let me put it this way. For a home not to break, it's tied by the man. And the success of a home is practically tied by the woman, because there is no marriage without a woman, isn't it? So as the man, most times they say the marriage will make you eat poo-poo, right? You eat the poo-poo just to fulfill what God said. Is a command, as Sister Sue said. Is a command. Naturally, you want to look outside, you want to see other this thing, things you see you cannot unsee. But when you remember that God commanded you to love this woman, you have to now love the woman. Look for how you do it and love the woman, because it's a command. And I've not seen any woman, except that woman is cuckoo, that a man will love you, do you all sorts, and then you will not submit. It comes naturally. So in all these things, even with the financing, there is nothing that can go wrong with any abroad marriage if you both understand what you prioritize, the law of priority in your marriage, the law of pursuing each other every time. It's not now you marry the woman, you are married now and that's it. You pursue her every time. You will be surprised the small compliments you're giving to your co-worker. She has a problem with it because maybe throughout the week you have not complimented her, because you both are just seeing yourself every day. But you now see someone you compliment and you don't know she has that thing in mind against you. You'll be surprised. They don't understand the law of partnership. Why are you there? And then the law of purity. These are the pillars of your marriage. When you look at it from that direction, okay, I have to, continue pursuing my wife. I have to be intentional. That's where intentionality comes in. I have to choose that we will marry. That's even the place where you know that, whatever thing that happens is both of us. We are not living here. Nobody, not even the children, can come in between us. That is where that comes in. That's where you have to say, all these people that have in-laws problem, that's where you say no. Because the way they speak to your wife or they speak to your husband is the way you have, spread your husband or your wife. Because I don't want to speak to just husband alone. Both husband and wife, they are all in this same boat. Because there are some women that don't understand, and there are some men too that are doing it the wrong way. No leadership skill. And I don't know how many men, especially, I'm even forgetting to put that God has to be paramount. How many husbands? I know we are all working in this abroad, a lot of things, but how many husbands say a prayer with their wife morning and night? I know, okay, this one is coming out from shift, this one, but when you meet each other, 5 minutes with God, take this one, take charge. One will chase 1,000, two will chase 10,000. How many have carried their distance? Even with, let the children see it. Let the children also see that mommy and daddy are praying together, or pray together as family as well. How many of them do that? We can go to parties or one beer and then spend all time, hours, this and that, but we cannot give God 30 minutes out of our 24 hours. Even as couples, we're supposed to be doing that. That's why the devil creeps in, because the God factor has been removed. when you don't look at it that way, what would they? Because even without that God factor, how would partnership come? That's where there is unity. Where would you be willing? Your that's how do you kill it? Kill how did the Bible put it? It's in Ephesians chapter 31, where you kill yourself. You've killed how do I put it? You're not selfless. You're not selfless. You're not saying that if I do this one, I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for my own. I'm doing it for my wife or my husband, because my husband is me, my wife is me, you know? That's where I'm coming from too. When I speak about this, we have to understand where we are going. And this is something that we should understand. Then the law of purity. Most marriages, I know we are always very busy abroad. But how many times I know we are chasing money, but even if it's just touchy, how many times do you touch yourself? They will tell us that a shaking bed keeps the marriage. But it's the truth in a way. Sometimes it's the truth. And this, you making the bed to be shaky, something must have happened during the period. You will not want to shake bed when you've offended each other. It will not work. That's not possible. So where am I trying to say? What am I trying to say in this? It's where both of you are emotionally open, physically open, without shame. You understand, okay, this is the reason why we have to grow. This transparency, Uncle B, you talked about, flows in this factor. Where you tell each other everything, even if someone is complimenting you, where you don't hide your, what do you call it? Don't hide whatever thing you're doing. Is it your finance? Is it your this? You can have joint accounts, you can still have your personal account, but then most men, God forbid, I won't say God forbid, I heard back in Nigeria, most men died without their wife knowing how much they have. Bank has collected the money. The papers, they don't know, because you're hiding how much you're earning from each other. What nonsense from the woman or from the man that is lying down together with you on the bed. It's wrong. And most people, they are good philanthropists outside, but inside, nothing is happening. You're worse than an infidel anyways. The Bible said that, not me. I'm just trying to say that we have to understand all this and not see each other as competition. If we're naked to each other, if we don't violate these laws, I don't think there'll be anything called divorce. You forgive each other. You speak to each other. Be vulnerable. Be vulnerable at each other. Before you sleep, whatever you do, resolve issues. It's those small unresolved issues that leads to the things. In fact, most times you even forget what really happened that we are here. You know, that's the thing, people. And this thing is also because there is no spiritual purification. You're not purging yourself. You go out, you see this one, you hear this one, you do the other one. People call from home country, acts of this, acts of that, and then you're saying that, oh, you're earning more. Why don't you give me some? Let me give to them. And you don't understand. This is because of it. Because if you guys are in the same page, if you guys put the God factor inside, if you guys understand partnership, if you understand purity, I do not think for any reason that your marriage will not be wonderful, even abroad. What is abroad? I know that yes, environment do change things, but I don't think abroad should be the reason why two loving couples that were good and their foundation were all right will now come abroad and it scatters. No. But what usually happens is when one person is deceiving the other person, the intentions are not pure from the beginning. Oh, let me just use this one and leave. Because you see people who will use each other. When I come here, I'll do this one. When I do that one, I'll do that one. You already have who you love. And then you marry who you did not love. And then you tell the other person that I'm just with her for some time. Or let us use that and do that. That's deceit in the highest level. People fooling people, and it's wrong. And people think they can do this and go free. But they forget that even if you ask God for forgiveness, you still bear the consequences. Because it's the rule of life, aside the Bible, it's the principles of life. What goes around comes around. It may take time, but it's true. And if it doesn't hit you, it hits your children. Innocent people start suffering for what your stupidity caused. So people should understand all this. That's where I would and painfully, people don't know all this, and they I think it's Uncle Phil that said they are stealing wives. You know, husbands are not there because of work, because of activities they are trying to put up. I do understand if you have a supportive partner that understands that, okay, this is this, it's not for the longest, it will work. But if you don't, then that's where the problem comes. And that's why you need to go back to the source, which is God. You need to commit it in the hands of God. Because even if you think that you're all there, you're safe, my wife is this, my wife, small thing can break you. So you still need God, even if everything is plenty. What if the health of the children becomes a barrier or becomes a problem as well? So that's what we have to always understand, that it is not by our own mercies, or it's by the grace of God. We cannot do it on our own. One other thing I think that really destroys marriages abroad is secrets. Hey, I've heard though, that was, I don't know, maybe anyone who is at Calgary will know about this story of the man who went up to Nigeria and then had just one night stand, like, with a lady. And all of a sudden he had the HIV and AIDS. And it has been for years. He didn't want to tell his wife. He thought everything would just, it's one off and that's it. And eventually he gave the wife. And you know how it is done in medical settings. When they employ you and all those things, they still do random checks. I think depends on your institution. They will always do some sort of examination, yearly examination or bi-yearly examination. And then they found out that she's a nurse. Yeah, she's treating, but then she has HIVs and, back and forth. No, this and that. But at the end of the day, it turned out that he later remembered that, because when they check the loads to know where it's coming from. And so his loads were higher. And it's unfortunate because he kept saying, no, it's not possible, this and that, because he has hidden that secret for a long time that he himself forgot about it until they told him to go and search it. And then he remembered and said it. Now, who is to be blamed in all these things? I've always said it. I have a friend who the husband knows, I don't know how they do it, but it works for them. He says, if I'm traveling for 1 week without my wife, I would not go. My wife will have to go with me because my wife will help me and so on. You know your weak points and you know where you sort it out. Where am I coming from with this? Is secrets. If probably such thing has happened and the man has, said to the wife, something happened back home, this is this. At that point in time, there may be problem, definitely. But it can be sorted. Did you do it with this? Did you do it with that? Do you know this person? You didn't do it with con. Okay, fine. Go and check yourself. It will be addressed. Cancer that they found in 4th stage is different from the one in 4th stage. But the one that you hid and then you might put another woman's life that has been indoor for you, faithful to you into jeopardy, is wrong. And then you say, oh no, it's secret. Because most men do this. You see things spoiling your marriages because of things that you've hidden that will come out. And the Bible said there is nothing hidden under the sun. And even God forgive you, this is the consequences of that action. And that's one of the things brothers need to understand. You need to understand. I for one, to advise brothers or advise sisters, go and look at those successful marriages. Go and look at those people that have done it. They have fought the battles. Use them and learn. You must not experience it. Learn from them. They will guide you better. They will talk to you better. I want to believe that there are marriages, even within the Black community, that have stayed 70 years. It's not enduring marriage. Beautiful marriage, that have stayed in this abroad. That they say, oh, don't raise your children abroad. They will spoil, they will do this thing. But there are children who were groomed abroad and they already have the foundation. They know what they are supposed to do because parents have laid that foundation. They have taught them in the same abroad. So I believe it's all about, one, let's say, for example, you rate your marriage. When you're having trouble in your marriage, just make out one day, do this thing, hear each other speak. Maybe just keep quiet, or maybe you speak to each other, tell each other, write 10 things out, or you write 10 things out that you talk about it. Have that difficult conversations that you don't want to have. If possible, start talking about the girlfriends you have when you were in nursery 1. You talk about it. Which one came back to your DM?
Hey!
Yes, that's transparency. You talk about it from the grassroots. Uncle Ben is the truth. It's like empty your house. Instead of destroying the house because the bulb is spoiled, remove that bulb, change it, fix it, empty the house. If you have a rodent issue with this rat or mice, You empty the whole house. You fumigate everything. Start from the beginning. What are the things you didn't tell me when we were dating? What are the things you start from there so that one sister or one brother will not come and say, ah, your wife that I did this, and then you'll be like, she never told me or he never told me. That's a problem. They may not even come to you to start verifying. They will have it at the back of their mind. Their attitude will change. A lot of things will change. It's not easy for anybody to open up to their past, but let that past be discussed. When it's discussed, you know how to navigate your way back. There is no way, if you love yourselves and if God is in that your union, that you will have this difficult but important conversation that your marriage will not work. Nobody will come and start saying XYZ. There you will rate your marriage honestly. Where do you think we have so far? We've been here for 2 years, 5 years in this country. What do you think has changed? How have I changed? What has that? Because you're changing. She is changing. Everybody is revolving. Everybody's changing. You're not maybe 30 years when you came, or this, or you're not probably 40 years. How am I doing it? What do you think would change? You rate your marriage like that. You ask yourself questions, those difficult questions. What do you think I can do regularly? What do you think? Do you think this? How do we navigate this fighting? How do we practice, things like, okay, I'm working, you're doing, how do we have this tradition of maybe weekly having dates, maybe at home, or weekly having prayer time like one day in 1 week, you guys will just dedicate 1 hour to pray for the family, pray for the children, pray for your grandchildren. Most of all these people having issues, I don't think they have even thought about the children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren. Those people who are building generational wealth, I know most of them do not know Christ, but they were thinking about their 4th generation. Let me leave this one until, who knows, maybe, what's her name? Yinka's daughter will come. They don't know Yinka's daughter. They don't know if Yinka will even get married. But they are thinking about those ones that are not. Those are the things. If they all align, have purpose for why they are supposed to be married, and this purpose comes with you having your own individual purpose and seeing if it aligns. There is no country. If you like, go to the moon to live. The moon and the weather of the moon will not change you both because your foundation is already strong. But if the foundation be destroyed from the beginning, what can you do? Most troubled marriage is because back home, there is some sort of issues happening that was not resolved. And the influence of in-laws. When you come here, it's scattered. And the thing is, most people don't understand the power of listening to your wife. In Nigeria, you don't know that she's a nagging woman. But abroad will teach you how to listen to a woman. If you raise your voice at her, they will arrest you. Because they'll force you to listen. It's the cultural change. You listen. Because I feel like most of our brothers abroad, they hear women talk. They just yeah.
Wow.
Please, can you start to round off so that others
okay.
can?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
They
They hear you talk. They don't listen to you. But if they do listen to you, I think majority of these issues we're having will end. Well, intentionality pays it all at the end of the day. And then your spiritual background. That's all I would say. Thank you, dear. Sorry that it took time.
No, it's fine.
Wow.
We like
Wow. I
Uncle
did no verse.
Uncle
This
Ben.
one that Sister V gave us a full download lecture. I hope she not go send invoice. Oh, Sister V, no invoice. Oh, make una not talk say I don't promise Don Pedro again. Thank you, my sister. I'm enjoying you. Over to you, Jare. Thank you.
Uncle Ben, you want to go and change the topic again. Now we'll not start talking about Don Pedro instead of the actual topic at hand. Please, what I need to bring this conversation back to its original state. Because actually, we kind of remember that this series is about JAPA stories specifically. So thank you, Sister Vivi, for bringing it back. But I think it's very important that we talk about the things because it's great for everyone to speak about their individual experiences, their successes, what you've done, what you haven't done. But the reality of this series is that it's also for other people to learn. Like Uncle Ben said, most of the time, this series may not do well immediately, but this sort of series do well later on when people are searching for answers. and whether they are moving to the country or having all of these issues, and now they need answers. So we need to also make sure that it is packed with advice that would help. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a break here so that Uncle Ben can cut it later for us to be able to separate, all of our individual stories and all of the extra stuff from the real gems here. So, yeah.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in.
Okay, so what I'm thinking of now is I think most people have lived in Nigeria at some point. And I believe from the stories I have heard that there can be slight differences. Again, what is causing all of these marriages to break down, all of these divorces, all of this separation once people move to the diaspora? Is it that there was actual foundational issues, or are there some changes? So I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about things like shifts in gender roles. We know that a lot of times there's women that come here and realize that, I have rights, and then all of a sudden submission goes out to with the window. We have even things like family support system as well. These are things that we lose, right?
Righty, son.
You see Uncle Ben now. I'm trying to bring the
Uncle
show
Ben,
back. Ben
please
wants to
let her
talk.
be land. Uncle Ben, please. She's making points, I beg. Let her
So
land.
we have
I know
shift.
that you were triggered. You were triggered by what my sister said, that you must tell your partner everything that you have been doing from even from the secondary school days. I know that will trigger you, but please let her be.
So I don't know if I should put this. I'll put this in banners as well. So shifts in gender roles. We have things like loss of family support system. Loss of family support system means there's more pressure on childcare and stuff like that. It's not easy for you to notice that my husband is not as hands-on. Hey, my this is not as hands-on. I'm sure everybody knows what I mean. Then we have things like financial reality shock. Now, as a woman, all of a sudden you need to chip in. You've never chipped in since you lived in Nigeria. All of a sudden you need to work. You were a housewife in Nigeria. You can't be a housewife in the UK. Shock. We have cultural identity clashes as well, right? Those are sort of things that can start to affect you. Maybe you don't feel as great anymore, can cause a bit of anxiety, can cause what's the word I'm looking for now? Can cause some sort of discomfort. And then we have communication differences as well, and then change in social norms, what we're used to, what we're not used to, all of those adjustments. So I feel like it's very important for us to address those things. I'm going to drop the link again if anybody wants to contribute to that. But Uncle Phil, we're going to start with you. Please, let's focus on the real changes that happen when you make that move. That's cool. If you have your own experiences, great. If it's friends' experiences, just for us to put advice out there, how we can balance things out, because things will change, or at least there will be things that would make your marriage or make a few things different. So I feel like that's a very good angle to bring in. Thank you, real fam.
My people, well done again, everyone. I heard what my sister said, and from what I'm listening to, especially starting with Abby and the last take of my sister, I still have some faith in humanity, and especially in this institution of marriage. And that's why I want to encourage platforms like this across board so that we can learn. We are not all perfect. We can learn and be better people and evolve as we move on, right? So, I haven't said that. Uh, a house cannot stand if the foundation is faulty. So, there's no how we can talk about this without actually pay attention to the foundation, right? And when we talk about marriages abroad, there are different types. There are different types. People have in their mind, in their head, what a marriage is, right? But there's one correct marriage that the author of marriage laid it down very, very clear. It's very, very clear. Every other ones that comes around is just all watered down and AI version. The clear marriage is very, very simple. It's very, very simple. And he started with it by saying it is not good for a man to be alone, right? When we say man, man is mankind, right? Woman, man, right? Then that is the beginning. And if we transmit on that and we bring it, we fast forward it to modern times, there are key vows that follows that, right? There are key vows that follows that. For better, for worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Those are very, very strong words. Now, I'll go back to the foundation. If you cannot see yourself understanding what these words mean, don't even say, yes, I do. Don't even make an attempted attempt to want to attempt the attempt. If I can use those words together, don't. You have no business around there, right? Because the true nature and the true, well, coming abroad will actually test you for all these core values that I've mentioned. Your true human being. You think you know yourself. God help you. When you come abroad, your real you, stripped off, will come out. Bone to bone, you will see it. Right? So if you are the type that you don't do well with, say, how you communicate, abroad will expose you. It will expose you. You don't know how to communicate. You are not patient. You don't know how to listen. I mean, you are self-centered. You have hidden agenda. Abroad, it will expose you like nothing, because the carrot is there to reward you every step of the way as you exhibit all these things that you are better off. That is the truth. And that is that's a societal thing. But now that we are in this little bubble, in this family, we're discussing this. The key thing I think we are trying to figure out is, how do we isolate ourselves from all these things? For instance, I mean, what you get from the government as someone who is a single mother is not going to be the same thing when you are married, because they are looking at the total income of the family. So I'm just using that as an example. What person will now say, will not, one person that is not thinking deeply will say, after all, I'll be rewarded handsomely for this. And on top of that, they will blow your nose. They will use your nose to blow trumpet, and you would not have a choice than to pay me that, what do you call that one? Child support. You understand? Someone that really have a shallow way of thinking will not value his marriage or his home in that instance, right? They will just be thinking, it's a win-win, it's a win-win, it's a win-win, right? But down the line, we all know what the statistics says about that. Let's put that to the side. Let's go back to the foundation. Like me, for instance, as I speak to you, I don't know what my wife earns. Even right from before we left Mauritania, I don't know what she earns. All I know is I am providing. And I have never for once stood on a pedestal and said, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. You too, you have to do this, you do that. No. I've never seen myself in that regard. I've never brought myself to that level. Maybe because how I was raised And that also, we have to pay very, very key attention to that. My wife knows how much they pay me at my place of work. She knows when they pay me. If you ask me now the figures, I just have a rough idea. She knows everything to the latter. Right? If you're in a relationship and you're beginning to do the math, and you're using scientific calculator and you are saying, I think my wife is earning 250 more than me. You are looking for trouble. When I say you are looking for trouble that even you cannot contain. That is the truth. Because unbeknown to you, there is a way you lead. You say, lead us not into temptation. You are leading yourself into temptation. And God help you that you are delivered from that evil. That is the truth. What can come behind you? And so many things can make that happen. Either people you surround yourself with, what you consume as content online, who you listen to. I'm talking in context of abroad now. These are the things that has broken homes. And also your relationship from the family you came from. Those are the ways that you can begin to figure out, I need to get calculator and know who is earning what. Because the Bible says two shall become one. Now, you are beginning to create fault lines. And now you're having a different vision. Because you don't need those statistics just for knowing it. You know that statistics and something else will follow. That will create a fault line. And now there will be division. And that is what they call division. Division. That means you are no longer on the same trajectory and direction with your partner. And as I'm saying this, obviously I'm a man. I'm saying this across board, whether from man to woman and from woman to man. I'm talking in both contexts. And I'm going to be real. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. Right? So these are the problems. Like when I came to Canada, even when we had nothing. When we have nothing, it doesn't mean we don't have something to eat in the morning or afternoon or night. Right? But you can tell, right? We were earning, but it's not as if we were lacking, right? But we have to consistently be on that treadmill for those things to be coming in. One very first thing I told my wife is we are going to have a joint account. I know a lot of people struggle with that, but you don't know so many things that God is helping you with when it comes to that. You don't know. And I will drop this one here. You are saying, oh no, it is my money. I don't want my wife to know. What did the Bible say about someone that is gathering wealth for who doesn't know who's going to spend it? Bible called that person a word. And if you don't know what it is, go and search the Bible. It's in there. That word is not palatable. Let us be wise in everything we do. So I don't know. All those monies we turn to state money at the end of the day. Even you, that's the owner of that money, you are taking it nowhere when that time comes. So it is just a common, sensible thing to do. And I'm mixing a lot of things together here. And when I told my wife, we're going to have a joint account. And, that is where, and that's another issue that happens. Anything they are paying, the government is paying for the kids, anything, whatever. I see in this part of the world, a lot of women will present their own personal account for what the government is paying the children. And in a lot of ways, the government or even the agency that is suggesting that always want to drift in the direction of the woman. That's why I'm telling you that this environment we find ourselves rewards this type of things that create fault lines in the marriage.
Uncle Phil, sorry, sir.
Yes, sir.
You want to open a can of worm.
Sir, just
with that government money.
Just bear with me.
Okay.
I'm telling you this, and I kid you not. This week, in fact, stop taking that high BP medication. There are little things you can do to tweak your life and make it better, right? And couples here should pay attention to what I'm saying. Even up to school of your children, the school majorly will tend to bend in the direction of the mother in everything. Oh, who to contact for this, who to do this for this, how about the parents of these children? So many times I've corrected the words and let me use the words. When I say words, like all the teachers and whatever that are in care of my children. You don't send the report card of my children home and address it to my wife. Not that I have anything to do with my wife. Write it to the parents of. Because they call something spell. They say the power of life and death is in the tongue. And the words you say and you read sometimes, it comes in spellings and it's a form of spell. Anything you say should bring you together, not divide you. Right? Address it to the parents of so, and so. Those are the little things that we have to see and correct. Right? It might look very minor, but it is major.
Absolutely.
Right? Now, I told my wife, we're going to have a joint account. And I told her, when it comes to the bills, let it come from this same account. Anything, whether I'm the one that got the bill first, or sometimes they send it email, sometimes they check they send it in the poster box. My wife doesn't like going to the poster box. I always do that. And when I see that bill is late today, or this bill is here, or whatever, she said, okay, bring it, let me pay it. Let me pay it that she's telling me is coming from that same account. Right? Now, we have a joint email address that any bill that they cannot send us in paper version, they are sending it online and it's going into that joint email. Whoever gets to it first. Sometimes my job, some people know the nature of my job, can be so busy that I don't get to these things. But I know someone got my back. Not only that she got my back, we had structure in place for her to be able to perfect that role of getting my back. Same joint account, same email. I'm just touching base on this little subject. So that way she can quickly do some things on my behalf, or I can quickly do some things on her behalf if she's busy. Right? And I told her expressly, if you want anything that you know, that even if it is a dress, anything that you like, take it from that account. You don't even need to tell me before. If it comes to your attention, I see this debit, I use it to buy this, so okay, no, you're okay, you're fine, you're good. Because sometimes there are some debits that comes to your account that you are not aware of. It's neither me or them. It's a mistake from maybe we canceled a particular contract and they're still coming to bill us and all that. And that's accountability. Always create an enabling environment where you can speak on that level. And this is to women. Don't think as you asking me. No. It's to safeguard you and us at the same time. Right? So all these things, and I told her, anything you want, get it. Go grab it. As long as we cover all the bills. And this is how I have been rolling from quote unquote when I will say I don't have so much to how God has positioned us to where we are now. Right? See, all these things goes back to the foundation. What am I saying? A man naturally or a woman naturally will not agree to these things if the trust is not there. You are laying together on the bed, you are feeling each other's warmth. You are laying together, you are making babies. And you cannot have a joint account. I don't understand that. There's no how anybody in Jupiter will explain that to me and I will understand. I refuse to understand that. What is more dangerous? Laying with someone, feeling each other's warmth, warming up each other's bed. What is more dangerous? Is it that or sharing the same account? That I still struggle to understand that. And that takes me to that same, but you see, two shall become one. Hey Joe, excuse me. If I mean, how can you? It's like they call these things all this. I mean, all these people in medical field can understand. There are some diseases that eats you, that eats your body. Maybe the immune system is eating the body alive. That's the way it means. That's what it means to me. Anybody that struggles with that. And that is the key that opens the door to being secretive, to be doing all these other vices, like the testimony our sister gave about someone going to catch HIV somewhere and all that and all that. I struggle to understand that level of thinking. Oh, your money is our money. My money is my money. I don't know how to understand that. There's no language you can use. So what am I saying?
I'm sorry, Uncle Phil. We have to blame women for that. Your money is our money. Your money, your money.
Just like I said, I'm talking across boards. I'm talking across boards. So whatever is yours, pick it from what I'm saying. Some men struggle with trust. Some women are so selfish. So pick one, whichever is yours there. Fix it right away. If you cannot get by all these things, you will struggle abroad. Maybe you are not, it's not coming to the surface right now. Doesn't mean that it is not there at the back burner. You are using corner eye to look at your spouse. You are building house in the village, he's not aware of it. He's building house in somewhere, he's not aware of it. He's having another family somewhere, you are not aware of it. What type of life is that? And abroad, we make that possible. Because the system rewards that type of behaviors. And the law backs it. That is why, in some instance, to take it to another level, most men will say, if you marry women in Nigeria, keep them in Nigeria. Don't bring them abroad. Because a lot of them are the meaning of that is you will now come now, you will now turn Lord of the Rings. That is the truth. Your foundation is flawed. For this reason, a man, You both of you shall leave your father and your mother. Some people don't even know how to manage in-laws. You put 2 cubes of sugar in the gari, they're already hearing in your family house in another continent. What business do you have in marriage? I'm going to say it the way it is. It is wrong. Wrong now on all levels. You should be able to keep what is in your marriage. Because when you begin to divulge all this information out there, you will now begin to receive AI counsel, ChatGPT counsel, scorned people counsel, internet counsel, people that does not even have root in Christ. You'll be getting that counsel. And they will be showing you reason, and they will be showing you results for those who took those type of barbaric counsel. Oh, look at that one. The government paid them this. The government will have your back. This, you are destroying yourself. So,
Okay.
abroad, you are supposed to lean into each other, be able to communicate. Don't expect your man or your woman to read your mind. We are not married. We are too busy for that gymnastic. If you hear my story, even if you are doing that, you're wasting your time with me because I don't have time. You have to be able to, oh, babe, this is how I feel about this. This is how I feel about it. And there's nothing wrong. If you are disagree on certain things, find a common ground. Okay, let me see your point. See my point. This is where I'm coming from. Right? So that is how I will submit among so many other things that I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. As we'll be moving towards the end now, we still have Kudayo here, but I want us to make this very practical because I think many of our uncles and sisters, they've spoken from the biblical perspective, which is what an ideal marriage should look like. If we really want to look at marriage or examine marriage as an institution ordained by God. But may we not lie to ourselves. Most marriages nowadays they are not even founded on that foundation of God. So most marriages now, people go into it with their eyes, nose, ears wide open. You hear my sister and my Abby, they are always saying it. More, we go ask relevant question. I'm analyzing Gbogbo. So, and which me, I'm in support of, okay? But now let's make it practical. And thank you, Abby, for what you have on the banner right now, because this already gave me an idea of where the direction we are taking this series tomorrow. Finance is a big deal in JAPA marriage, and I think we are going to dive deep into finances tomorrow. So if you know anybody abroad who their marriage is shaking right now, or maybe their committed relationship is already shaking, one party is already thinking of maybe I should call it quit. Let's come back tomorrow and really examine it. But for the last part of this show, since I've established a very solid direction, let us begin to examine those finances one step at a time. So I'm going to go straight into that government finances that Uncle Phil mentioned, which for those who live in Africa, that you are not in Nigeria, Canada, you are not in US, Canada, or UK, what that simply means is that there are some benefits that government provided to children and women at times. In places like Canada, thank God we have a lot of Canadians here. I don't even know that they are paying children every month. And that's actually, it tells me, bang, 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 wahala go dey Canada. Because here in America, children were paid once a year. You usually get that money during income tax return. There's something called child's credit. So I think they wanted to increase it to maybe about $3,000 or something. But I know as of now, each children, they are still getting over $2,000 every year. So if you have like 3 kids, that means you are looking at around $6,000. But it depends on your income again. If you are making a lot of money, you may not earn much. But if you are making less, then you earn more. But that is not the point. The point is that money, those government benefit has really created a lot of issue among Africans in diaspora. So we're going to start exploring that any moment from.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in. I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle, and this is my take.
So thank you, everybody. Your favorite Gen Z uncle is still here, even though na baby go squeeze my neck, but she can't do nothing about that, unfortunately. So this child benefit thing, the money that is coming from the government, I've heard that this money have really created a lot of issues in marriages across Western world among African couples. So I'm going to start by asking, Uncle Phil is here, Uncle Dio is here, and Abby is still here. And anybody who want to join, please don't hesitate to join because this is a big deal. That money, where should government pay that money? Which account supposed to receive that money? When that money comes in, how should couples determine what they're going to do with that money? Who is supposed to have the right to that money? As a man, let's say, for instance, you are in Canada. I don't know how much they pay them in Canada, but Uncle Phil is here. He will be able to tell us. Let's assume a child is receiving, let's say, $300 a month. I don't know what it is in Canada now. And you have like 4 kids. That is like $1,200 free money every month. How should couple administer that fund? Here in America, child benefit in form of tax return comes up once a year. And sometimes, depending on your household, people really get paid a lot at times. I remember when my wife and I were making less money collectively. We've received $11,000 before. We have received $10,000 from that money. And I know there are couples who are still getting 6,000, 7,000, 5,000, depending on household income and the number of children they have. How should couple administer that money abroad? Let's all begin to put an end to this menace of fighting over money all the time. I've seen women claim that money belongs to them. It's their money. They can use it for whatever they want. And I've seen men who swindle their wives out of that money. These are my children. I'm the head of this house. I'm paying all the bills. You don't pay jack. And then I've seen couples who manage that money very, very well. That money is just a bonus. It's nothing to them. But yet, there are couples who are literally fighting, scatter everything they've built because of that money. If you ask me, I would say greed is the main issue here. The underlying problem there is greed. Wife is selfish, husband is greedy. They both don't know what they are doing. But I will leave the floor to let Abby. I don't know if you can tell us about UK. So Abby, open the floor and then we take it to Uncle Dio. Even though Uncle Dio do not really, I've not really received that type of money here, but who knows? They feel they pay them for Nigeria too because Tinubu is Uncle Dio may give them and not giving it to my sister. Am I lying, sir?
Uncle Ben, don't worry. I have a take on that. I will give my take.
Okay, so, no wala. So Abby, let's start with you. What is the nature of that money in the UK? And are you aware that people are really fighting over that money?
Yes, I've heard the stories. I'm just going to say, first of all, that things have changed in the UK. I know that it's now under universal credit and it's different. But when I was growing up, and my siblings as well, there was a set amount of money, I believe it's around 70 something pounds every week. I think it stops before my sister turned 18, and then you have it until you turn 18. Now, my own opinion on that money, I know that all fingers are not equal, and I know that we all have our different needs. But even in the UK, they make it clear from how they distribute the money that is not for you. It is for the child. When I was growing up, the UK, I think it was NatWest Bank, was the bank that they used where it was for the child. So it didn't even go into parents' accounts for people. Do you understand? It didn't go into parents' accounts. It went into an account that was dedicated to the child. And ideally, a lot of families that I know that received that, a lot of that money went on for 18 years, wasn't touched, and was used towards education, university funds, and all. So it's unfortunate that it becomes a case of it's for me, it's not for me, it's for me, it's not for me, when really it should go towards something for the children. If it's a situation where the household income is not enough, I would say that it should go towards something that the child needs, whether it's diapers, whether it's school supplies. That's my opinion. And it shouldn't be something that parents should argue about. Now, I think what really causes that argument, Uncle Ben, is who, in some situations, files in quotes. So, for instance, let's use a lot of countries in Europe where a lot of children benefit that money based off of filing with one income. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to bring a very slight angle into this where I don't really want to cause any problems. See, is saying that was a different thing. Abby, child trust fund was only a lump sum, 2 payments to 50. No, Sissy, it's the same thing that Mom of 5 educated us about it the other day. It's the same thing now. They've turned into that weekly child benefit thing. They've now turned it into universal credit and blah, 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 blah. But it never used to be like that when a bunch of us were growing up. So that's very, very different. When I was growing up, it was 70-something pounds every single, 60-something pounds every single week. So they've now turned it into universal credit. Mom of 5 has a whole video on her channel about it as well, about that. So it's different, but they've changed the system since then, but it's the same thing that has changed. Anyway, what I was saying is, what was I saying? Unfortunately, Uncle Ben, in our community, what may have heard though, and what is going on is there's also a lot of trying to cheat the system and somewhat fraud. Fraud is making it sound very heavy, but that's exactly what it is. We're going by definitions, right? And so I think there's always a lot of, we're not going to really talk about our full household income. One parent's files, the other parent's files, other situations. There's maybe the mother. This is what causes the fight, in my opinion. The mother is at home for, let's say, 2 years or 3 years. So in a sense, she also feels like I'm the one that doesn't have an income right now, one. So the filing for the child is done based off of my own lack of income. So it is my money. That is what I hear a lot. I've seen videos on YouTube about this thing. On YouTube about single mothers, particularly, and mothers that are maybe on very long maternity leaves or whatever, argue about this thing. I've seen it on TikTok, I've seen it on Europe, women in Europe, where it now becomes a case of, because I'm the one, or it was based off of my own, the assessment of my own income, so it should be my money. And of course, I'm also the one not working at the moment, so it's my money. And of course, in usual mom fashion, I carried it for 9 months. I did most of the work with labor and all. Again, which is very valid, so it is my money. But really and truly, it is not your money, it's not your husband's money, it's not your baby daddy's money. It is actually for the child. And yeah, that's actually what I think is the usual. I think there's a lot of mothers, and I'm even speaking about it from the perspective of a child as well. We're not taking away from the pain of labor, we're not taking away from the suffering, but there's a lot of mothers that will always hold that over your head as the child, over the head of their husbands or the man they had the baby with, that, labor was painful, I could have passed away, blah, blah, blah. So I have rights to this and that. And I mean, as long as you were not forced to have a child, I'm so sorry. It is what it is. So that's what I have to say, Uncle Ben.
Good. All right. Uncle Dio, what I thought
Yes, sir.
about this, as somebody who is aspiring to come to abroad, let's assume you and my sister come over here now, and you come with maybe 3 kids who are under the age of 18, and boom, in a place like Canada where they are collecting big money, they begin send that money every month. How would you go about it, sir? What would be your recommendation for couples?
Thank you very much, Uncle Beno. I think Uncle Phil has already laid out the foundation. If you notice something, Uncle Beno, all these issues stem from the foundation of the marriage. how are you and your wife, or how are you and your husband living your life in the marriage? What are the laid down rules? What are the standards that both of you are working upon? Because normally now, somebody like Uncle Phil, I could deduce from all what I've been saying for the past 3 days that he has already established a pattern with his wife, even while they were in Nigeria here. And that pattern transcends to their way of life in Canada, which is he is the major provider. He does not care about whatever the wife is earning. He takes the responsibility. Now, it now behoves the wife to decide by herself to be chipping in thing. But the man is not looking forward to that. The man sees himself as the provider and he goes ahead to do all that. That works for Uncle Phil so well because he has already established that. So now, somebody like him now, if the money should come in now, it cannot become an issue between him and his wife because already he knows where he stands, and the wife to knows where the husband is. And now, let me say this: most women, when they see that this man is always all out for me and for the family, it will be easier for them to submit because they could see that this man is selfless. He's taking care of us. He's doing everything to make life better for us. It is very, very easy for a normal woman to submit to such a man. So even though the money comes and the man does not know about it, an average good woman in this kind of a relationship will tell the husband, government has paid us so money. And normally, the man will be said that all well and good. Put it into the system, and they will decide on what to do with it, either to keep it for the children, but they are not really looking forward to it because they are already established in their finances. Now, coming back to me, I followed the same pattern with Uncle Phil, and I believe that by the time, if God says that I'm going to move maybe to somewhere like Canada or UK or whichever, it not be a problem simply because me and my wife already we have this kind of transparency in our finances. I never know what my wife is earning, but I've been the one providing, and she too contributes whatever she could, and we have peace with that. If there is any bill to be paid, she brings it to me. I do my best and I pay. And if she has to contribute, I never make a demand on her, but we work in sync. When I'm down, she's up. But as a man, I make sure that I am always up to be able to take care of it. So if such money should come, like me and my wife, we see it as a bonus. We can either decide to say, okay, since we are so much focused on raising the family, let us be keeping this money for the children, maybe because we know that to pay for university tuition over there is always expensive. We'll be keeping it tight for them. It serve a purpose. Now, the reason why people are having problem with their finances as per JAPA marriages is simple, Uncle Beno. Over there, in Nigeria here, or in Africa as a whole, the man is seen to be the weightlifter. The man must lift the heavy weight. But over there, because of the demand of the society, both man and woman have to pull their weight. Now, that brings me back to the first point that Abby made here. That when he posted on the banner, I think he has removed it. That very first point where he said, please, if you can just put it back, Abby, I want to say something about that first point. Shift in gender roles. Thank you. Shift in gender roles. There should be no shift in gender role per se. This shift that Abby is talking about is because of the pressure of finances. Now, we have to contribute. Now, so family have to do 50-50. Even with that, if you are well established with your husband, both of you will be contributing, but you will still be playing your role as a man, and the wife will still be playing a role as a woman. But this is where most couples have problems when they move abroad, because over there now, women have more voice, and women have the tendency to be able to get a better job, a better well-paid job than the man. And once money enters something, if greed does not set in, everything is fine. But the moment greed sets in, a family that have been doing well in Nigeria before, they moved into diaspora, the wife got a job, and the husband too, you know, from the way things were set up over there, and the husband too has started up pulling his weight, only for the wife to be getting a better job that is paying more. If that wife is a dutiful wife, it's a plus for the family. But this is where greed sets in. Some of them will now say that, okay, I'm earning more than him. So they now assume some kind of responsibility that they are not supposed to even assume in the first place. And the moment they assume that responsibility, they now begin to look at their husband with one corner eye. Now we now start having issues in the home. Because why? They are earning more than their husbands. But supposed not to be so. Because even though you are earning more than your husband because of the condition of the place that you are now living in, which favor mostly women as per the work rate, whatever, than the men, that's supposed to be a support for your family. This is when you're supposed to see yourself as the helpmate for your husband. Use that one that you're earning to help build your husband up. Because if a man is, see, I like the analogy that Uncle Phil gave about that umbrella. It's deep. I don't know why he was just trying to brush it up. In the first place, if one is beating you and you plan to buy an umbrella, you buy the one that is suited for you. Uncle Phil did not really they emphasis on that. You buy the umbrella that is suited for you, that can serve your purpose. And that's why your selection matters. Who do you marry as a woman? Who do you marry? Which man have you chosen to be your husband that you can look up to, that you can submit to? The man that you know that this one, I will respect him, I will be his helpmate. You don't just go and buy any umbrella that cannot serve that purpose, that you know cannot fulfill your desires. So that's why the very number one mistake that a woman may make is to buy the wrong umbrella for the rain. If you buy the wrong one, you will suffer the consequences. But if you buy the right one, you will surely lift him up for him to be able to protect you. When you lift up your husband and him, and that's one too, not being a coconut head, will be able to perform his role as a man in the home. Well, while we're having problems in homes today is because many people have lost sight of what the word marriage really means. They're not talking about the Bible now. Marriage is a relationship between two agreeing couples to come together and raise a family, and raise a godly family in this world. Every other thing is secondary. The primary purpose is for you to come together and raise a godly family. That's why the only rule that God gave Adam and Eve is that be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth.
Uncle Dio, may we not go biblical again. Let's just look at the practical right now. We can preach this biblical from now till tomorrow. People ignore it when it comes to the practical. No, frankly speaking, I get what Uncle Dio is saying, but I just want us to, let's even forget religion aspect of this. The point is people are not listening. The people who are divorcing up and down, those who are fighting up and down, they are Christians. Majority of them are, they go church past all of us here. Now then that's now that's pass. So let's leave biblical out of it. Maybe we focus on the practical. Maybe that will be able to help them. You feel me, Uncle?
Now,
Uncle Dio?
Perfectly, yes, sir. And I'm going to give you a typical example. That now, present day reality now, Uncle Beno, between me and you, the present day reality that we are having, that we're facing now, is that people are going into marriage without having a clue of what marriage is all about. That's number one. Number two is that when we are talking about marriage now, marriage is being viewed from the point of what I can gain from it and not from what I can contribute into it. I will repeat that. Marriage is being viewed by multiple on what I can gain from it and not what I can contribute into it. So the very first thing that an average person now, these days, that wants to marry is thinking is, what are the benefits that I can get from this marriage? If they cannot count 1 or 2 or 3 benefits, I can bet you they may not enter that marriage. Because it's all about what I can get, not about what I can give anymore. That's number one. And number two is that even in marriages, they still want to maintain some kind of autonomy. Meanwhile, marriage preach submission. I'm not talking about any Bible now. I'm just talking about normal life, normal livelihood. Because whether you like it or not, marriage is a spiritual institution created by God Himself. So I don't want to go Bible, but we must say some things that makes that in marriage works. One of the elements that makes it work is that both of you in marriage must learn to respect and submit to each other. If you don't, you are heading for the rock.
In the case of money, we are talking about money now. Who should submit to who?
Thank you, sir. In the case of money, once you respect your position as man or as a woman, now you said something about some women trying that. Now you like ask a question that who should the government pay the money, or who should be in the possession of the money? And I will just answer you like this. How is that particular marriage being provided for in the first place? Is it a joint provision or is it a singular provision? When I say joint, I mean, is it both man and woman that are contributing for the progress of that family, or is it just one person in that family that is responsible for that marriage? So once we can identify that, whosoever is the one responsible, whether it's joint or whether it's individual, should be the one that will be in possession of that money because of the same purpose.
Wait, just to make it clear, Uncle Dayo, you say whoever is responsible for the family should be the one in possession of that money.
Should be the one that should be in possession of that money.
So if the man is the provider, the man should be in charge of the money.
If the man is the sole provider, the man should be in charge of the money. Because why?
Okay.
Yes. Then if it's the woman that is the sole provider, the woman should be in charge of the money. Because the money is not meant for it is meant for the family, it's meant for the children. I get him.
I see it differently, Uncle Dayo. I see it a little bit differently, sir. Okay.
You can see it the way you want. But me, I'm talking from this perspective. Before that money came, somebody had been paying for those children's school fees, I've taken care of their feeding, I've taken care of their clothing, which is the sole provider, or maybe it's the both man and wife that have been doing that. That's why I say the provider for that family should be the one that will be in possession of that money. So that money will still be channeled to the same cause. Don't say now because I'm the wife, I'm not providing, and government is paying for the children, the money should come to me. Why? When every responsibility is being carried by my husband, it's wrong. And secondly, is that if it is the woman that is sole provider, the man cannot say that no, now the government is paying for my children, I will be the one. I'm the man. It is wrong. Now, if both of you are the joint provider for that family, the money should come into your joint provision. So there should be no issue here. That's the way that I see it, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Bilba. Bilba is already asking, which money? Child benefit? You see Canadian people. Me, I'm going to Canada to have like 6 children because of that money. Yes, Mama.
And I think we're forgetting that it's not just, I don't think the government is just giving the household per se. Sometimes there's a system with who files, the household income, whose income, so there's a lot of calculation, which is why I think that sometimes it goes to one person's account. Because if me, the mother, is the one that is filing or whatever, then of course it comes to me. So I don't think it's just straightforward. The government is recognizing it as family and then take the money. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. It's not that straightforward.
I have my take, but yeah, you're right, Abby. Yeah, I have my take, but I want to see if Uncle Phil and Uncle Dayo are on the same page. Uncle Phil, do you support Uncle Dayo's position that whoever is in charge of the house should be the one that the benefit should go to?
Sorry, Uncle Ben, I want to say that I'm leaving in 10 minutes as well.
No problem, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you, my dear.
Okay. This is my answer to the question. The value that comes, the value that those monies amount to, it's calculated based on, and I will continue to talk in capital letters now, adjusted family net income. Everything I just said now, I said it in capital letters. Adjusted family net income. So the adjusted family net income, $0 is an income, $1 is an income, $37,000 is an income. So what does that mean? Technically speaking, it is coming based on the performance of the household economically. Now, let's go back to my own structure. And that is why I said it makes more sense. As a household, if you have a joint account, this is going to land in the joint account because that is the account for the family. And if you're going to file your taxes, it will be based off of that. And I took it a little bit further, right? Based on this topic we were discussing. The moment the money lands, me and my spouse, we set up an educational plan for my kids. So there are values ascribed to individuals, like when I say individuals, to every one of these kids, depending on their ages, right? It is from inside this account that there is a direct debit. Well, if we want to talk about setting up educational plan and all that, maybe anybody that wants to have that idea and see the provisions that comes with, especially when you're in Canada and in Barons, you can reach out to me on that. Well, not me per se, I'm not doing it, but I mean, I can tell you I'm pointing in the direction of what to do. So since we have landed here, that money goes towards their education. And that doesn't mean that the total money that the government is paying on behalf of those kids is what covers the amount that debits into these children's account for that, what do I call it now? For that instance, to cover for that. It's what we earn as parents also goes along with it. So it's a contributory thing, right? Depending on their age. My son that is 5 years old, what I will need to deduct into his account, for instance, will be different from my son that is about 15 years old. The one that is about 15 years old will take a larger chunk because it's nearing the age of 18. Whereas the one that is 5 years old still have more time to build off in whatever amount we allocated to him. And if we continue consistently like that, when he gets to 18, he's going to have enough value for whatever he wants to be, a doctor, he wants to be an astronaut or whatever. Like me, that I'm going to one aviation school, I'm asking, I cannot afford to be a pilot. Oh, this. Nobody set up that fund for me. But my child, when he gets to my age at that point, if that is what he wants to do, there's funds already. Because we are already building that up for them as they grow in ages. And mind you, the way it was in Canada, the more the age of the child nears 18, the less and less the money gets. So the less and less the money you get. Because a child under 6 years, right, it gets about roughly 7,000 and change, almost 8,000 between 16 and 17, right? Between 6 to 17 years, right? And so this value decreases with time as those children grow older. And also, don't forget that this money is calculated based on what the parents are earning. So my neighbor here, I don't know what they earn, may likely be getting something different from what I am getting. Even if we have the same number of children with the same ages in between them. You get what I mean? So it makes more sense to me I don't know anybody can apply this model if they want. But to me and to us as a household, that monies come into one joint account. And that same joint account is where my payment at work goes into. And same account, the payment of my wife at our workplace, that's where it goes into. So now we have never asked ourselves the question, what are you bringing to the table? We have no, in fact, some of these questions sound so strange to me, and I struggle to understand them. So it doesn't belong to one person. Unless we have some people that will be going to buy gold and be buying chain and be buying shoes because they think it's extra money. Guess what? When that child is 18, they will come back to you and say, I want to go to college, I want to go to university. That gold that you bought is either you sell it or you go back to Walmart and go and be doing meet and greet at your age when you are almost 60 or 70. So these are just some common sense things that people need to understand, right? It doesn't belong to anybody. It is a joint thing. It comes in a pot in the center. And everybody's looking at that pot in the center and say, okay, how do we plan with this? This is what we got this month. How do we plan? Okay, this goes to the kids, this goes to this goes to mortgage, this goes to financing this. Okay, my car is broken down. Okay, you have this. And in as much as we are doing that, doesn't mean that some, what do we call it now? Some fire brigade instances or situation will not occur, right? Like there was one time, like my wife came in and said, oh, there's one light in my dashboard. This car has been giving me issues and all that and all that. I sat and I was looking, I was thinking about our budget. We can't get this, we can't do this, we can't do this. She kept saying, she kept saying, that money I've not even bagged. I told my wife, get into the car, let's go. Where's the car? Is this the car that is failing? Okay, let's get into it. Me, with my small engineering sense, I push the car. It starts. Sit inside, let's go. I observed the fault, and she observed rightly. Say, okay, let's keep going. She doesn't know where we were going. I drove her straight to a dealership. And I said, let's go inside. What are we doing here? This, blah. We do what? I said, don't worry. Let's just get to the bridge. We will cross it. We got inside. You know all those marketers. One of them rushed us. Okay, let's go inside. We started discussing. What cars do you have? I asked her, what type of car are you looking at? She was looking at me like really lost. I said, what type of car do you want? Then back and forth. In a nutshell, what do we do? That old car that we drove there, that is not the car we left with. We abandoned that car there. The dealership gave us Uber that took us back home while they processed the papers for her new car. I found a way. I paid with my credit card. We got home. I said, don't worry. Just leave everything as it is. And the rest is history. She was happy. That is how a family should live. Don't leave yourself high and dry or create situations that will leave each other high and dry. I hope she can do the same for me, which I believe she always does. If I find myself in situations like that, or God forbid, a situation where my wife will now come to my rescue, not because she cannot do that, but as a man, I always want to envelope my woman. If anything is going to come to break my back, at least let it not touch her. That is the whole essence. For the fact you have an umbrella and you raise it over your head doesn't mean a little bit of that water will not splash on your feet. It will. But guess what is taking most of the heat from the rain and the storm? It is your man that you elevated above you. It is that umbrella that you elevated up. Not you are elevating that umbrella above you, not because the umbrella is smarter than you, but he's serving a purpose. He's shielding you at that time. And you have to recognize that. I won't get home with the umbrella. I say, thank you, umbrella. No. That umbrella will not function if I don't elevate it. I will come home drenched in water. God help me. So what am I saying? The structure I have in place, this works for me 100%. And before it can work for you, you have to go back to that foundation. If you don't fix that foundation, you can never use that type of structure. I have never for once, I'll give you a story. When my father died, my father died July last year, July 7th. I've learned a lot of sense from when my father died up until as I'm speaking. It happened so sudden and all that. The driver that took him to the hospital, he knew he was going. He told the driver, take my phone, take my bag, take the house keys. I know my people will come for me. And we were all on phone. We were all on, what do you call it now? WhatsApp call, like group call. Because my twin brother is a doctor. Our last one is a doctor. They are giving instructions to the medical personnel as some that are on ground were trying to transit to get to where he is. My father gave up while all of us were on the call. Guess what? When my sister got there, and my elder sister, who is a biochemist, got there as well. The driver had to be handing over those things and say, this is what Baba said. This is what Baba said. This is what Baba said. That hit me like a rock. Ilé asán banza. There's nothing in this world that anybody will be clutching something to your chest. Oh, I don't want my wife to know. Oh, it's type benefit. It has to be me. It has to be me. When that time comes, even your cell phone belongs to somebody else. But, I still thank God. He lived a good life and he left a good legacy. And that legacy is what I am building on now. This is how my parents lived. And that goes back to the foundation. If we are training our children, we're bringing them up, we should bring them up right in a way that will not set them up for this type of issues. And if you bring them up right, that will help them to identify the proper umbrella to pick. Because when you get to the umbrella shop, you see different types. You see one that is as small as anything. You see one that is as huge as Nikon insurance. So you see one that is like just peperempe for flashy, cannot hold water. That will help you to choose the right one. This is the right one for me. And when you open that umbrella, you get into the storm. No shakings. The wind will blow you, but the umbrella will shelter you more. God told us that's what he told us. He didn't say we will not have challenges. We will have challenges. But in a nutshell, when it comes to this money, it's only greed that allows someone to look at the figure and is trying to look at how that one will favor you. It's not even favoring you. It's meant for the kids. Have an educational plan that those money is debiting and you are contributing into that educational plan. For when they get to that age, that will be a gift to them. You want to go to university? this is yours. You want to college, this is yours. You want to buy a house, this is yours. That is how I am running my own structure, and I'm continue to run my structure.
That is excellent, Uncle Phil. And I think a lot of couples who probably get their acts together, they are doing something similar with whatever benefits they receive from the government. However, the vast majority of couples don't have that luxury. That money is a necessity. In fact, they need that money to even survive. So the structure Uncle Phil described to me, is the ideal situation. It's just like the way my wife and we've come to a point whereby we always see all of this extra money coming in and there as bonus that has to be used for something tangible, something solid. Most time it goes into savings towards the kids, like you said, and sometimes we use it to solve some problem. So couples who have established, like the one you're describing right now, Uncle Phil, is because of where you are at the moment. If at that time where you newly came and work never did standard everything, I don't think you will be saving the money towards school at the time. So I'm just saying, because right now we have a lot of Japarians, a lot of Africans in abroad who are still struggling financially, and this money is breaking their home. So that's why I asked earlier if you agree with Uncle Dayo's recommendation that whoever is the breadwinner should be the one to also administer that money. That money should come to the person. That's
No,
why
it
I asked
should
you, but
go
you
to the
haven't said this, sir.
kids. Even if you don't
But
have,
the kids are not the one to spend it now, sir. I'm
yeah.
talking
So let
about
me
household
let me
where they
now
are
buttress
struggling.
that. Let me buttress that. So
Mm.
firstly, because we have situations where the kids are coming to school and they are looking so haggard and tattered and all that, right? Even if you are not there yet, and I understand that situation, what those couples should do is number one, the children first. When I say the children first, obviously you need a roof over your head for the children to come first. You have to keep them somewhere. So it will be very, very responsible of such parents to now be looking towards that fund for roof over their head. What am I saying? We have a lot of people who also is trying to game the system too. I won't quite say they are lazy, but they got their priority mixed up, right? So, right, and different people come into like Canada on different type of boats. So I'm not even going to talk about that, and they milk the system. So the thing is this: minimally, at least when that money is coming, you are meeting it with something. Even if it is something small, don't rely on that, because when you rely too much on that, those children will suffer. For instance, they are not getting proper clothing. They are not. Their teachers can see it. They are not well fed. They are coming to school hungry. There's no proper lunch. There's no proper snack. All those stuff. Like when times come, they're in summer. At least take them to a park. I mean, like Canada Wonderland or something. Let them enjoy a little bit. But now you will be denying them some of all these little things I'm saying, which you don't have to break your back to do. If you are relying solely on what they are being paid, at least let them have some reflection out of that. Obviously, they will not know until you tell the children. But be sincere in anything you do. And that is why we as parents, and I like this platform, let us call ourselves out. Let us do better. If you need to go back to that school, go to that school to increase your earning power, vice versa across board, so that you are not killing your next generation. I came here for them. I can hustle in Nigeria. I came here for them. But it will be an oxymoron for me to now see what will build their future, and I'm eating it in my present. That doesn't make any sense.
So the bottom line from Uncle Phil now is that they should always think about the children. They should, both husband and wife should not think they are going to use the money. That's just like the summary that I'm getting, sir. Anyway, I see there are a couple of comments here. Let me read through some comments before we wrap it up because I'll still come back to Uncle Dio. Okay, I think Sister Tegu and Biba, they were explaining the nature of that money earlier. Sister Tegu, welcome, man. Sister Tegu said, in the UK, the benefit is mean tested. So if your income or savings exceed a defined threshold, then you lose the benefit. What that means is that you don't need the government support. Absolutely. I think it's almost like that in the US too. Once you hit certain income threshold too, now you go to pay government, government no go pay you. And Biba said it's pretty much same here in Canada. The more you earn, the less the benefit amount is until you hit the max income threshold and no longer eligible. Perfectly said. Yes, Sister Sue, Canadians are balling. They are bagging the money. I'm going to Canada. Make I go get at least maybe 4 children there. I collect that free money. Anyway, thank you, Uncle Phil. Thank you, Uncle Dio. My take on that recommendation of how to use the government benefit is simple. I agree with both Uncle Dio and Uncle Phil, but just with a little, just one small variation. If you are okay, if you are comfortable financially, both you and your wife, the best thing is to save up that money for college fund, something tangible for the children. But if both of you are still at the level of struggling, you are still trying to meet your bills, utility, and the likes are still piling up every month. I wouldn't say whoever is the breadwinner should spend the money. Honestly speaking, if I have to advise a man, let us assume the man is the breadwinner and he's making reasonable amount of money that he can provide for his family. But maybe due to child birth and child raising, the wife cannot work full time. The wife is working probably maybe part time so that she can spend more time watching over the children. I think for me, it's the best thing if that money goes to the wife. I think it's the best. If they have to receive anything from government, let it just go to the wife. At least let her have something. Let her just feel proud that, oh yes, my husband know they drag this income tax money with me or this benefit with me. However, if the wife is a woman that is very thoughtful, she should also understand that taking care of financial responsibility can weigh a man down. So if that money can be used elsewhere to ease the financial burden on the husband, I think a wise woman should consider that. That's just how me I see it. But thank God we start this conversation today. We will continue with it tomorrow because these are the bigger issues in JAPA marriages. Now money first. And I've seen husband and wife fight, destroy everything because of these money issues. Also, like Uncle Phil hinted earlier on, the issue of a joint account. Me, on the one hand, I support joint account, and on the other hand, I oppose it because if both of you are not transparent and you are not on the same page, if you don't have solid foundation like all my sisters, my sister V, um, Sue, and uncles have suggested today, if you don't have a solid foundation, even joint account will not solve your problem. You will still continue with the same issue. But if you both have a good foundation and you both put each other first, and you do understand that the success of abroad marriage is based on teamwork, then even if you don't have joint account, that won't be an issue. So we will also examine some of those area or angles tomorrow. As for me, when it comes to joint account, I've always recommended that look, as couples, have a joint account, but still have your own individual account. And my recommendation is coming from a place of avoiding see finish. I don't like it when wife want to know everything the husband is doing with his money. And I also don't like it when the husband want to know everything the wife is doing with her money. Now, see finish be that. Now, depending on the dynamics of your marriage, if both of you are all about each other, you don't have extended family, you don't have black tax, you don't have anything that warrants maybe you have to make some sole decision regarding how you want to spend some money. Well, it's fine. And if it works for both of you, that if you both know everything you are doing with money, that it is not bothersome, great. But for me, my own vote regarding that has always been have a joint account and still have individualized account. For me, personally, as a man, I am not interested in most of the places of what you do with your money. For instance, now, I don't care. I don't want to know if you give your mama money or you give your papa money. As a woman, whether you give your sister, I don't, because the reason I don't care and I don't want to know is because if I choose to give my own mama or papa or brother or sister money, I don't want it to be your business. Okay? I don't want you questioning me about why did you give this auntie money? Don't you see that this money you are giving this your brother is too much? I don't want it because I don't want to ask you the same question. Now, if I bring the topic to you, like, hey, get this person, oh, I did give him money, he distress me. Then you can step in. You can say, okay, let us review what this person has been doing. Let us see if this is justifiable. But to avoid see finish, to avoid, my husband want to monitor my finance. I advise that couple should have a joint account and at the same time have individual account. But if you are so good with each other that even when you check the transactions on your account sheet and you discover that your husband has spent this or that, he won't bother you, you won't question him, then cool. You can put your finances together. But we will explore that more tomorrow. Now, to round up everything we've covered today, thank you, Uncle Phil, for really spending a lot of time with us since 3 days now that we started this series. And thank you, Uncle Dio, for also being here. I thank everybody generally. But to run today's segment or episode, what is your final take, Uncle Dio? Managing marriage and relationship abroad. You, where you did Nigeria, say you go don't hear our story, tire, Uncle Dio. If you dey go social media, you go don't hear fight, husband do this, wife do that every day. It almost make it sound like all the African couples abroad, they are fighting and buying each other. So, what is your
Uncle
recommendation
Beno,
finally, sir?
it is all over. In fact, evidence yapayastically of couples having it well in Nigeria, only for them to move over there, and the next couple of months or years, the marriage has scattered. It is really heartbreaking. Question was, initially I was thinking maybe it was the system over there that is breaking them apart, or maybe it was, but I got to realize that it was never the same story for everybody. It's either one or the other. But the real foundation of it all, which is going to be my final take, is that let couples learn to build a solid foundation in their marriage. When I said solid foundation, I mean marry your best friend and have the same values and have a solid. See, everything we have been saying so far has to do with having a solid foundation. The Bible says that if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? If your marriage is not standing on a solid rock, that is, when I say solid rock, I don't mean I'm not talking about anything spiritual here. I mean that you have put the basics into checks. You are, both of you have found a system that is working perfectly well for the two of you. Don't you try to copy any other marriage system or style. Pick a style that works for you and for your partner in your marriage. That's why I wanted to make a pushback to what my sister Adoshes Vivi said earlier on, when she said that couples should be transparent to themselves and tell themselves everything, even while in courtship. I have reservation to that. Because why? Everything cannot be, there is nothing like a kind of a general rule for marriage. Just go with what works for you. I've seen couples that were 100% transparent to each other and it works for them. And I've seen couples whereby the wife opened up to the husband that I've done this in the past and I've done that in the past. Some men don't have the ability to forget some things that their wife has done in the past. And some of these men, they bring it up to be judging their wife. The wife, okay, now, for instance, now, maybe at some point in the lady's life, she had done some kind of a wrong girl stuff to be able to make ends meet. But after that, she stopped it. Now she has become born again. She's looking at. But if you should tell your fiancé or your husband that, even though he went ahead and married you, some of them, their mind will still be that, oh, this guy, many men don't sleep with him, so what's I going to do? And then any little argument he may be bringing up to you. I have a family friend that is suffering that kind of a thing. So for that, many women don't want to tell their past with their spouse, because some of these men will be judgmental and then they'll be using it against them. Every little argument they bring it up. And I've seen men and women that they told themselves their past and it was never an issue. So coming back to the point now, make sure that you have a solid foundation in your marriage. If for any reason you cannot tell your wife or your husband everything, then make sure that it's not something that will later on come to haunt you and break up your marriage. Because I used to say something, and I used to tell my wife, like a joke, whatever you are keeping from your spouse in your marriage, whatever secret you are keeping from your spouse in your marriage, that same secret is going to come back to break up that marriage if care is not taken. Any secret whatsoever, that this secret too is so great, and you are keeping it from your spouse in your marriage, and you don't deal with it, that secret may come out later to come and break that same marriage. So let us be transparent as much as we can, and we as husband and wife, let us learn to understand and to believe and trust one another. These situations rises from lack of trust, mostly. Lack of trust. I like the idea that you gave, Uncle Ben, have a joint account and then have your own individual account. Now let me be a little bit vulnerable here. When I was about getting married as a young man, our firstborn, my eldest brother, called me and sat me down and told me, I said, Dayo, you know what I'm going to do? Among many advices that he gave me, there's one thing that he said that immediately in my mind I rejected it. And what was that? He told me that don't be 100% transparent to your wife. I said, why? He said, women cannot be trusted to that extent. But I am somebody that I want to be free in my mind. I don't want to be like, hiding anything from my wife. I said, okay, sir, I've had you. But lo and behold, when I got married, I ran my own script. I was open to my wife, and then luckily for me, I married a wife that understands me, and that even myself, I understand her perfectly. So we ran an open script. But that does not mean that it can work for any other person else. That's why you go with whatever works for you. Marriage does not have a laid down manual that it must be like this, but there are some foundations that you must put in place. One of them is trust and respect, and many of those things that both Uncle Phil, Abby, Sister Sue. Unfortunately, I miss Sister Sue's take, but I had the doctor. I had my sister's take at Vivi. Everything that they've been saying so far has to do with the foundation. And I love God and I bless God even for what Uncle Phil shared with us about some family. These are the things that we need to look into before we say, okay, we are married. Once you have that foundation right, every other thing is secondary. All these things will not even become an issue, because already both of you are already synced. You are already synced to the point that things like money will not become an issue in your family. And the reason why I supported what you said about having joint account, and then do you know that same policy, that same idea that you had, Uncle Ben, it cannot work in some homes. Do you know why? Once both of you have individual accounts and then you have joint, some couple maybe just be putting peanuts into the joint account while the large sum will be going into their own private accounts because there's no transparency. That's why I say trust and transparency is very much. It's very important here. It will not work for some couple, but if like Uncle Phil's own is a joint account, everything comes inside the same pot, and both of you can see it, and both of you can know what goes out and what comes in. Peace of mind is there also. But because some other times some people may want to run some kind of a private errands, like the black tax that we talk about, many times it's not good for you as a couple to let your spouse know how much black tax you are sending to your own family, because sometimes it may generate issues. Oh, you send a extra amount of money to your mom last month. I want to send extra amount of money to my dad this month, and it be like, oh, we cannot afford it now. Can't you see what we have left? Blah, blah, blah. It become an issue. So that's why I said it depends on the foundation. At the same time, go with what works for you, because you have to learn and understand your scenario, and never you compare. So finally, I will say every marriage is unique in their own form. And let us not forget, God is the creator of marriages. If a product is malfunctioning, go back to the manufacturer. The manual is still there. If you're having challenges in your marriages, please go back to God. God, you instituted this marriage. What is the way forward? It can always give you a way forward, because there's always balm in Gilead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Okudayo. Have a very good night, sir. God bless you. But you can hold on briefly. Uncle Phil, please, before you give your final take, I want to share something real quick. I just need your opinion on it so quick, sir. Where is this thing? Oh, I saw it and I think it would be great to quickly touch up on.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in.
All right, thank you, everybody. So this I saw this on Dr. Shola's page, and I think it fall into the JAPA marriage situation we are discussing here. I read the brother's story and waited in my mind to tell him. I say, make I just leave a man, no drop comment. So I want you to hear it, Uncle Phil and Uncle Dio. So this man wrote to Dr. Shola and said, Dr. Shola, the situation I find myself in is self-inflicted. She was a single mother who had ambitions. She was already holding it down by herself. We connected and she said she was only interested in friendship with happy ending. Remember, we treated something like this which a couple of days ago. But let me continue with our story. So he continued and said, we ran it for 4 years, meaning they were doing friends with benefit for 4 years. And I started feeling something deeper. I asked her to marry me, but she turned it down. I moved in as a friend and pick up some bills, rent, and other things. She never asked for anything from me, but I do things for her. She is very focused on her job. She only dedicated few moments for us. I booked a vacation to Mexico for just the two of us, but she said she couldn't leave the kids. So I bought ticket for the four of us. The trip was great, but she went with her laptop and was still working. Dr. Shola, today marks the 8th year. 8th year. I can't continue to be a dildo. She said no more kids for her and I have none. I asked her to let us buy a house, but she turned it down. Her son just got into college, which I offered to pay part of the fees. With all I have done, she still won't marry me and have a kid for me. I am thinking of leaving. So, Uncle Phil, as we're rounding up this segment, this is a situation with JAPA marriage now. To round up, sir, can you advise this guy as you give your final take, sir?
Thank you, sir. They don't have a marriage. They just have a contract.
They have marketplace relationship. I mean, Facebook marketplace.
It's a contract. Even though they didn't sign papers, he's there to perform a function. And he is relevant as long as he performs that function. Any other thing that is doing outside of that is just extracurricular. Okay. He has answered his own question, right? Self-inflicted. Why would you do a thing like that? Right? So she doesn't want to marry you. Obviously, you want a structure around yourself. You want to raise a family. You like her as a person, obviously. And obviously, he loves her. But that is not being reciprocated. The only thing you're good for is that service that is in your contract with her. So it's not very hard. Just take a step back, step out, and move on with your life. Look for someone who's ready to build with you in the capacity in which you have in your mind. You get what I mean? She has everything she wanted.
Yeah.
She has everything. You are just there as complementary. And if you are not there, somebody else is going to sign up for that service. So what am I saying? You are replaceable. So there's one movie that they call, is it Get Out? Is it Get Out? They call that movie. I've forgotten. Is it Get Out or something? That's what you have to do. Just nobody's holding you down there. You are the only one holding yourself down. So just, I mean, you have done what you can do for God. I call it NGO. Just leave and go about your life. That's it. It's as simple as that. Straightforward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Uncle Dayo, any advice?
Uncle Beno, this is a clear case of Mumu parading itself. I give flowers to the woman because from the onset, she told you exactly what she wanted. She doesn't want marriage. She just wants a relationship because she's got everything. She does not need you for her finances because according to what the man says, she's already got everything locked down. That means she was financially okay, take care of her business. All what she just needs is a man to be servicing the engine, and you fit right in. But you want and caught feelings. Now you want to marry her. This kind of woman does not want marry because already she has had 2 kids, and you just want to start your life with somebody that has already made up her mind not to have anything to do with marriage. So how will you do that? You were thinking that maybe by the time you show her love, you try to sweep her off her feet, blah blah blah, she will change her mind. No, this kind of woman has, if that's why I said I give her flowers. She has a commitment within herself that this is what I want and I'm not going to budge. So no matter what you do, she will remain where she is. She has a good work, she takes care of herself, and she has somebody that is servicing her as she needs it. So what if she's okay? But you are the one that stupidly remained in that relationship for good 8 years. What are you looking for? You wasted 8 good years of your life, invested in somebody's life that is not willing to go the same route with you, and you are still asking questions. If not for village people that are doing you from your own village, you should not be asking this question at all. You should have known that you are being manipulated. Because why? As a man, you wanted to raise a family, and you're in a relationship with a woman for 8 years that is not willing to give it to you, and you're still there doing what? As Uncle Phil said, take a step back, withdraw yourself from that relationship, look for another person that will be willing to go on that ride with you, and move on with your life. Simple as ABC. But I want to start a note of warning here. Let us not, because of I like somebody or I love somebody, thinking that over time they will change their mind. Many a times they don't. If a man or a woman can tell you clearly, I don't want marriage, but I want relationship. If you are okay with it, fine. But if you are thinking marriage, thinking that maybe over time he or she will change her mind, maybe because you love him or maybe because you love her. Oh, and this thing happens mostly to women. They think that, oh, over some time he will change his mind. And next thing they will do, they will go and get belay for the man. And voila, we start. Once a man tells you, or once a woman tells you that this is what I want in the if it does not fit with your plan, please step back and save yourself the agony. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dayo. God bless you, sir. Have a very good night, sir. I'll see you
Amen, sir.
tomorrow. God bless you, sir.
All right,
Thank
sir.
you. Let me
Thank you, sir.
say me well to my auntie. Oh, make she no vex.
She,
Yeah, I don't borrow
she will
you
hear, sir.
again.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Have a good night. Yeah. Mm. Okay, Uncle Phil, thank you very much for your time too. God really bless you abundantly, sir. You have been blessing us, all the real fam, uncles, sisters, everybody just turn it up since 3 days now. I'm so impressed. Thank you, Uncle Phil. I beg, say hello to my auntie for me. Oh. Make she know vex say they borrow you too. Make she no go talk say, which one be this your aburo where they call you every day? Philip.
She go, yeah. Thank you, everybody. Good night and lovely session here.
Yes, we thank you, sir. Have a good one, sir. All right, real fam, we've come to the end of today's show. Thank you, everybody. Wow, this is a serious one today, so I can't even throw a lot of joke. I wanted to come and fight that Abby girl before. Abby and Sisi, they were gonna take me where I don't want to go, but the Holy Spirit ministered unto me and brought me back. All right, tomorrow we're gonna dive deep into this JAPA marriage wahala. Yes, so Sister Joy, she was clear from the beginning. What's the problem, sir? Exactly. She said she just want a friend with benefit. And bros begin go they carry himself like husband. It's such a sorry case anyway. And I quickly brought that in so that I want women to know, say, men is suffering the same thing that women are suffering too. Una gender now, una see how una gender use this, my brother. Good 8 years, 9 use for him body. But like Uncle Phil and Uncle Dayo said, now the guy now waiting he find now he see. Eh? Auntie said na chop and chop she did. She want open relationship. She want to be collecting her bola when she needed the bola. Bros want to go and monopolize the pecus. That's what happened. That's why he's staying there for good 8 years. You see the problem with JAPA? Now that he have wasted his resources for 8 years in abroad, he will end up now going to Nigeria to marry one woman. So everything where this woman don't show her now, it will come begin unleash her on the innocent woman when go carry come from Nigeria. So you now see how JAPA marriage could be. So thank you, everybody. Please, if you are enjoying the JAPA series, drop a one in the chat. Let us know that at least people are getting values and, of course, we are sharing value. Drop a one, make I know. If I say at least 10 ones, then we will continue the series tomorrow. But if I don't see 10 ones, we go enter political roundtable tomorrow. Oh yeah, drop your one. Make I dey play music. I want to see 10 ones, ladies and gentlemen. 10 ones. All right, let's do it. Okay, thank you, Biba. Who else wants the JAPA series? Drop a one if you want us to continue tomorrow, because tomorrow won't go hot. Now, money, we are going to discuss money all through tomorrow. All through tomorrow's show, we are going to talk about every aspect of money on tomorrow's show. So drop a one. Thank you, Sister Natu. Yeah, Sister Natu. Thank you for yesterday, Sister Natu. You see, now Sister Vivian and Sister Sue, now they give us a very good lecture today. Yesterday, Sister Natu give us lecture. Thank you, Sister Joy. God bless you, man. God bless you. Okay. The ones are coming. Oh, how many ones do we need more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Thank you, Debbie. God bless you, my lovely. And Debbie is the first person on today's show, you see? God bless you, my lovely sister. And again, I see, how do I pronounce this name now? Bayewandi, Yewande, Abi Yewandi. I think this is not Yoruba name. This person just carved the name. All right, but thank you very much. Auntie Ted, you also said 1111. So tomorrow we are going to explore every aspect of JAPA, marriage, and finance tomorrow. So bring your A game move. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, since you are a Cameroonian. Bayewandi. Hey, Mami. Mami, I didn't know you are from Cameroon. No, you are Bia baby. I have a lot of Cameroonian friends here. And they can be so funny. Oh, in fact, if you don't mix with other African tribes, you not go enjoy the fun way they there. They can be funny. Thank you, my lovely sister. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for making this possible. God bless you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn. We shining bright. Oh yeah. You be stories, life lessons time. On the Uncle Benno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop. Sip and chill with you, be the energy on top. You be stories dropping them every day. Wisdom for life, the African way. From the grind to the glory, hear what we say. Tune in now, don't hang out with you, be. It's a vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn, we shining bright. Oh yeah. Stories, life lessons time. Hey, on the Uncle Benno show, everything feels right. Join the sister circle. Oh, what a scene. CC Inca, honey baby, and I'll be so clean. Talk love, talk life, talk dream supreme. Empowerment vibes like a royal queen team. All our Sunday school when the beat gets low. A moment of reflection, let the spirit flow. Men of God speaking wisdom, you should know. Faith and vibes on the Uncle Benno show. Hang out with you, be. Come catch that light. Oh yeah, you be stories, keep your heart so bright. Yeah. Join the sister circle, feel that fire. Oh yeah, Sunday school for your soul so right. You be nation, we rise together. Love and vibe forever. Uncle Benno show. Yeah, we outside.
You are watching UB Stories. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comment.